All right.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another stream from the Government and Scholars team and the Hohenheim Pro channel. I am Hohen. You guys know me as Hohenheim. I'm Kelly McKinney of Hohenheim Productions.
And I'm Josh Gibson of Fourth Wall Players.
And today we're basically, what would normally be a sort of Work Wednesday stream is today a Tube Talk Tuesday live stream. And
so that 5 times fast.
Tube Talk Tuesday, 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 Tube Talk Tuesday. What?
Not even close.
I just said it 5 times.
You're like Tube Talk.
Tube Talk Tuesday, Tube Talk Tuesday, Tube Talk Tuesday. I can totally say it 5 times fast. That's not what. That
okay, leave in the comments whether or not you think that he said it 5 times fast.
I did it. Okay, yeah. So we've got a lot of stuff to. So we basically meet up every Tuesday anyway to work. Normally we're filming What It Is episodes, or we're working on other joint ventures or like video projects. Yeah, all sorts of stuff. They get to the Point Review podcast, which I haven't added a section in the About section for that yet, but I will.
We should do that.
Well, I will eventually. Okay. I'm saying in the About section of the Twitch.
I got you.
Of the Twitch. It's included in all of it.
He's also on Twitch.
That's where we're at right now.
We're on Twitch right now. So.
That's where we're at right now.
Good to go.
But yeah, so we've got on the list, we've got the Burgess buddy comedy that we're talking about. The storyboarding scenes.
Thundercat 1986.
Okay, Thundercat. I was stuck behind an ad, so I missed the first bit. Oh, I'm sorry you missed the first bit. Well, we're just getting started.
We are.
Literally, it's Tube Talk Tuesday here, and that's what we're talking about. We've got a lot of different projects in the works and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. One of them is a buddy comedy movie. We made a movie 5 years ago.
It's been so long now.
It's been so long because we were waiting painfully for 3 years, basically for
foaming at the mouth.
Yeah, waiting for our editor to finish with The Here and Now, which was filmed in 2015. We didn't get it back till 2018. We got it back in 2018.
Yeah, it was like early 2018, but yeah, we got it back.
It was a botched mess,
and it wasn't even.
Which is exactly why you'll see the credits saying that I'm the editor. Because I did all the editing.
He redid it all.
Literally redid all the editing on it.
And I was like, what was the point?
The point was, it took me 3 years to get the experience to be able to
you're
basically edit it.
Arguably a much better editor when you finally did it than you would have if you would have done it immediately.
But so because it's been 5 years since Josh and I have made a film, and The Here and Now, we both he wrote with another writer, and then I made small alterations for the screen. Then we co-directed the movie together. We're always itching to make content. But we want to get another movie together, and I'm a firm believer of using what resources you have. We have all of the film equipment we could need.
Yeah.
And we have ourselves. So we're planning, one of the many, many projects that we have on this to-do list is we're planning a buddy comedy, basically called Ambergis, about a slacker and a realist who are best friends, and they're going to be basically going on a treasure hunt. And you can probably guess from the name on what they're going to be hunting treasure for. Right, Ambergis. Mm-hmm. But so right now we're in the midst of storyboarding scenes, which we do on note cards. And right now we just have some loose scenes on there. But also we have some work to get done for our Get to the Point review podcast, because we're going to be doing a live stream. Not unlike this one, on New Year's Eve.
In Bruges.
In Bruges. I love that movie. That is one of my favorite movies of all time, for sure.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be able to remake In Bruges. Gosh, that would be impossible for the simple fact that I don't know if I'm not sure if I could do a convincing Colin Farrell. And no, that wasn't convincing at all. He's shaking his head. Nope.
I can't do it either.
That was with no practice. Well, you'd have to do a convincing Brendan Fraser from that movie.
I would have to just watch him as Mad Eye Moody for 3 hours.
Right, yeah.
Tracking some ominous creatures. Of course, that was him doing Robbie Coltrane, so I guess that doesn't count either.
Brendan Fraser. I mean, Brendan Gleeson is one of my favorite actors of all time.
God, well, Brendan Fraser is good too.
But no, and sadly, I feel like it would be impossible for us to make something as good as In Bruges. But that's just one of my favorite movies of all time. I love that movie so much. But Thundercat, how goes it? How goes your Tuesday? Where bees use?
I'm not sure what that.
Where bees use?
Where bees use? Where bees use what?
Where are you at in the world? Where are you coming to us from? So then we also have on here, okay, so we're going to be doing research not only for the New Year's episode, we need to plan out basically the schedule for our Get to the Point review podcast we want to plan it basically into March.
Right.
And then also marketing the live stream, which would be creating a Facebook event, which we'd be able to show you guys us doing step by step along the way.
Yeah.
Need to create tweet graphics, etc. I'm in Washington. There's a delay between my comment and it appearing, FYI. Yeah, no, and
there generally is, right?
Right, about maybe between 20 and 45 seconds.
Woo!
Hey,
yeah.
Woo!
I like the excitement there.
And for those of you who are new to the channel, there are a number of ways to use your channel points. One of our sponsors is Blinks Gaming, which this is my second or third time trying out the citrus grapefruit. This is pretty good stuff. So there's both a hydrate and a smoke rings, because we're adults here and I smoke. That's how I get work done. Okay.
I know.
That's how I stay. That's
but
how
I'm
I stay
cool
on to stuff.
I'm cool. I'm not.
He's cool. He's cool though. He's cool. All right, we're all cool here. But we also have fundraising events that we're trying to plan in the future. Naturally, COVID and the whole mask and social distancing thing kind of put a damper on it. Oh, Ganglegash. And am I saying that right? Ganglegash? I like it. Now following. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. But the DMing for theater. So, Fourth Wall Players. All right, sweet. We're saying it right. Fourth Wall Players is an acting troupe, and they basically specialize in live theater. And my sort of specialty is producing with film, right? Mm-hmm. Is more of a film medium. So both of us go way back to 6th or 7th grade.
Wow, I thought it was high school.
Central.
I never went to Central. I'm thinking of someone else.
I'm not thinking of someone else.
I went to Bon Air.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I went to every school in Kokomo.
Yeah, except Bon Air?
No.
Oh, no.
Except for I didn't technically go to Bon Air because I went to the skating rink all the time. I knew everybody who went to Bon Air.
Yeah, I live a block away from there.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, not anymore. It's a Dollar General now.
But we go way back is the point. could have sworn we'd done theater together before high school.
Nope. Because I didn't really get into theater until I was in high school. I'd done a couple of like Shakespeare in the Park things over the summer. My sister and her high school friends started that, and I did that when I was like 11.
We're learning something new.
Yeah.
Oh, you went to Western, as in Western Middle School?
Oh, hi, Rena.
And Western High School? Hey, hi, Rena Lou.
She probably met you.
It's my girlfriend. Hey, baby. Love you, miss you. Be safe out there. Western,
where's my coffee?
As in Western in out by Rushville. Because I went to Western for 8th grade, right before I went to Las Vegas, actually. But so, DMing for theater. DMing for theater is basically a combination of tabletop RPG games like Dungeons and Dragons mixed with a live theater experience. High school, St. Joan of Arc, K through 8. LOL. Yep. Russia Tucky. Russia Tucky. I remember it being called that.
In a few hours.
All right, I'm Rena Lou.
What am I supposed to do for coffee until then?
I made a pot.
I'm just kidding.
I can refill it.
It's an inside joke. I don't really treat it that way. It is an
inside joke. Yeah. No, for whatever reason, I guess we're just insensitive. We find it very funny. Misogyny is just hilarious because we're not misogynist. Vanity is very funny because we're not vain. Child abuse is funny because we don't abuse our children.
This is literally the nicest shirt I own.
This is the nicest shirt I own. No, this is the nicest shirt I own. But yeah,
it's not the same if Kelly makes it.
It's not. I see. Right.
Sharina is like a professional barista.
I'm gonna go ahead and add here. That's only because I don't look as good in a dress. Okay.
That's arguable.
That's probably why it's not as good when Kelly makes it. All right. But yeah, so DMing for theater are basically fundraisers for future live theater projects where members of the Fourth Wall Players group are going to DM live D&D type tabletop game experiences. People buy a ticket. There's going to be food. We're dressed up basically in cosplay, and the big thing here
she makes them with love.
She makes them with love. I make everything with love
and a little bit of crack cocaine.
Yeah, exactly. But the DMing with theater. Stop interrupting me.
Sorry.
DMing for theater. The trick to each one of our D&D experiences is that it's going to be an adaptation of a famous play, like something from Shakespeare,
right.
It's
or like classic literature. I could
be even classic literature.
Yeah,
right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a play. Yeah,
like Huckleberry Finn or something. Not that, but
right.
Essentially, something that's.
But those stories adapted into a D&D tabletop game experience,
right?
Hosted by a DM who is in character the whole time, as well as in cosplay. So that's kind of the whole shtick for that. We've got to naturally contact potential locations and figure out what hosting at a particular venue would cost us. All of the overhead for those sort of events, which comes into planning ticket prices and everything else. We already have a few of our D&D adventures kind of set up.
Yeah,
the groundwork laid for it, at least.
We probably need to revisit it because that was like earlier. That was like February. Right?
We have two. We're planning for like 6 different ones. So we're not quite there yet. So as you can see, that's why it's all to do. Then also, so the Fourth Wall Players Patreon page, I'm going to be familiarizing Josh with how to do that, like how to make merchandise, right? You wanted to learn how to do that. I do want to learn how to do that. And as well as we were going to, I need to add that to the list, make you a Streamlabs account and merch store specifically for Fourth Wall Players. So it's easier for you to make merch and you can have it available for people right away, right?
Fantabulous.
Just like the Hohenheim Pro. So, and also for those of you watching, we do have a merch store, but the Hohenheim Productions merch store, we're planning, hopefully, by around the first of the year, will actually turn into the Gamerman and Scholars merch store. It'll be upgraded to a Prime shop.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Which is going to unlock tons of new merchandise for us. Right now, most of what you'll find on there are sweaters, t-shirts, coffee mugs, a lot of the merchandise that you'll see me use in videos and future streams and everything else. So, But let's see. We've also got the YouTube sketches, and video ideas.
Sketches and sketches.
Sketches,
Yeah.
video ideas.
I like sketches and sketches. I like that.
I'm not sure if I've ever been like, hey, I'm a great orator. I don't think I've ever said that except for just right now. So just to put that out there, I've never been like, watch me orate. Let's see. You can pull a Harmon quest and have a special guest each session to keep the story moving. There you go.
Come on down. I don't
Come on down.
I think he's talking about for the tabletop games.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I thought he meant like for this.
He or she.
Or she.
We don't ever assume.
Yeah,
something.
sorry. I thought they meant for this. My bad.
We'll just edit that part out.
Thunder. We'll remove it in post.
Okay, let's see. Then we also have the Grubhub grant video. We need to both plan that out. I want to plan out a shot list.
Right.
Essentially, by figuring out exactly what we need.
Fly me out.
Fly me out. Now, which Washington is that? Northwest or southeast of us, right?
Which ocean are you next to?
Yeah, which ocean? Let's see. Then we've got intro trailers, both for your Patreon page and your YouTube. The end plays, and what was I going to add to the list?
You were going to add the stream. You said that Streamlabs merch store. Yeah, there you go.
Streamlabs merch store. Good.
The good one.
Call.
Okay, that doesn't help. I assume you mean Washington State.
I assume you mean Washington State.
I've never heard
too,
anyone refer to Washington D.C.
as the good one. I know. Yeah.
At least not in the last 30 years, right?
Right. It's like, I mean, I guess the few people that I do know, like my friend Seth Moon, who lives in Washington, D.C., does like Washington, D.C., but isn't afraid to talk shit about it either.
Well, I mean, like, it probably has, like, a lot of great things to look at, you know? I mean, it's very... I'm assuming it's mostly well-kept. I mean, everywhere has their, like, ghetto areas or whatever, but...
Yeah, for sure.
There's so many important people there in America that you would think they try to make it look nice.
Well, Josh, what do you want to do first?
Let's just go down the list.
Okay, we're going to start with Ann Burgess?
Or, is there something that you think would not get... I mean, the Patreon probably won't take that long, right?
I mean...
Just to show me what to do, I mean...
Yeah. Okay, so for merch store. Okay, but look, so this is what we've got to do, though.
Okay.
Hold on. I don't want to mess with the chat. I mean, with the webcam stuff real quick. Let's work with the Ann Burgess thing first.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and work.
Fair enough.
We'll get to all of it.
All right. I just thought maybe we'd knock out the easy stuff first.
We're 20 minutes into stream. Nothing's easy around here. Not when I'm in charge. Okay. All right. Okay, hold on. We're gonna slide this over.
Slide it to the left.
Move the coffees. Okay. So let's see. All right, and because we don't have our actual storyboard out and about, I will read off the cards here so you guys know what we're working with. All right, so let's see. Monday, they began searching the beach, and Donnie convinces an old man to let them use his metal detector. Jacob finds some stuff that, when pawned, recoups what has been spent on the journey thus far. We know that that's like Act 3-ish.
Yeah, that's pretty far in.
First night in the hotel, Sunday night, they get some good rest. Act 3 as well.
That'd be before the Monday one, though.
Yep.
That's how time works.
Yeah, that's how time works. Searching the beach Sunday, both exhausted from sleeping in the car, and we need to add that they argue the whole time.
Wait, isn't the first night in the hotel Sunday night? I'm just trying to make sure they're in order.
I never said I was a professional card orderer either, okay? Orator, just add it to the list of things I'm not professional at.
He can edit movies, though.
Sleeping in the car Saturday night. There we go.
Okay, yeah, there we go. All right.
That definitely goes up there. Searching the beach Saturday all day for Ann Burgess. Boom!
We got this.
Driving montage, St. Louis to Florida. Yeah. Right? Because Friday night to Saturday morning.
I got you.
Okay. Jacob
I think you
gets
just
home
put them
from
in
work.
in backwards order, honestly, but...
Okay. Jacob gets home from work, fights with wife about having an adventurous evening. That's first act. Montage reminding Donnie of all of his past failed ventures. That's like at the end of the first act, beginning of the second-ish. Right?
Okay.
We're almost introducing the main plot line.
Gonna need a montage.
We're gonna need 2 montages.
Even Rocky had a montage. Montage.
They all got the montages. All right. You're welcome.
Okay.
Let's see. We're here all week, guys. Let's see. Donnie goes to work with Jacob, and we have a scene that feels like Jacob had to bring his child to work.
Except in this case, his child would be Donnie.
I think that's going to be before.
Just so you guys know. Yeah.
Before reminding, because like I feel like this will be after they've went to work.
Right, because he kind of blows up on, not blows up, but gets frustrated with Donnie or whatever.
Has reason to chastise him. Yeah.
Right. That makes sense.
Donnie shows up at Jacob's with no place to go, tries... Yeah, I think these kind of are sitting here backwards. Donnie is kicked out by his girlfriend. Yeah, these are sitting here backwards. Donnie discovers Burgess on the net. Jacob wakes up. Hey, those are all the ones we have.
Well, should Donnie discover Burgess after he's kicked out by his girlfriend, though?
No, before. Because remember, this is also part of the scene where we just establish what their routine is. Right, because so we've got
right. So he discovers Burgess towards the beginning of the film, but doesn't think to go look for it till later.
No. This is his next thing that he's gonna do.
Right,
and before he's able to plan an expedition, is essentially kicked out of his girlfriend's house.
Okay, fair enough.
Right. See, so we've got Jacob wakes up, goes to work. We see his day / life. Okay, right. Then we have.
I almost feel like we should show something. Well, I guess we have the montage of things, don't we?
Well, I mean, Donnie's going to be waking up late anyway, right? And by the way that we sort of set the scene as far as what stage of the day his girlfriend's in, it'll show how lazy or bum-like he is. You know what I mean? If she's rushing around the house trying to clean up and he's just waking up for the day, right? It's kind of she could be bitching at him. All right, Donnie wakes up late, hits the bong. Hits the bong, right?
So you're gonna have to really do some deep method acting there, Kelly.
Answer messages. I know, gosh. Messages.
For the project.
For art, guys. Hey, you know what? If you guys want to see a vlog of me snorting cocaine, prop cocaine for art.
Okay, I was like, whoa.
It's on the Patreon. Okay, so let's see. Jacob wakes up, goes to work. We see his day / life. Donnie wakes up late, hits the bong, answers messages. Okay, then we're going to show, right? I mean, right now this is the loose plan. What's that? I hit the bong, perfect time. See? Wow.
So are you studying for the role too?
Also studying.
We're not having open auditions, are we?
I don't know. It's studying for the understudy.
Okay.
Right.
Just in case.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen Happy Time Murders yet?
No, I haven't.
It's about as bad as you think it is. No, it's got kind of some funny parts. I don't know, it's weird.
I did see Knives Out.
Knives Out is so good.
That was so good, wasn't it?
Such a great movie.
I love.
Yeah, what'd you guys think about Knives Out?
I watched it. I don't think Rena was paying attention.
No, I was asking them that are watching, whoever's viewing.
So then I put Jacob establishes routine, grabs lunch, goes to Donnie. Donnie discovers Burgess on the net. Well, these are kind of out of order, right?
You're out of order.
Irish contact.
This whole system's out of order.
Cousin can buy. Jacob is here. Donnie discovers Burgess on the net.
I got you.
Right?
Ryan Johnson is...
He's a golden god.
I absolutely never...
You absolutely never what?
You never what?
Yeah. Okay, so then...
Is this about the crack cocaine, Rena?
Work. Okay, so
I always
then
listen, shake my head.
Then we have Jacob gets home from work, fights his wife about having an adventurous evening. Then Donnie is kicked out by his girlfriend. Okay. Donnie shows up at Jacob's place with nowhere to go, goes to work with Jacob. Then after work, and I'm going to put after work at the top of this one.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Why'd you say listen twice? Did you say something about she didn't pay attention when you were watching Knives Out, maybe?
Oh, I just thought she wasn't sitting next to me when I was watching it. Let's see. Okay.
What happened in the movie, Rena?
Yeah, what happened in the movie, Rena? Let's see, and we have a scene that feels like Jacob had to bring his child to work. Then we say after work. Okay, just wanted to establish that that's after work. Okay. Montage reminding Donnie of all of his failed past adventures, and then I think we can
yes, Josh nailed it. Yes, I called it.
All right, baby. All right, be careful at work. Let's see.
Good luck.
After work, montage reminding Donnie of all of his failed past ventures, kayak biz, ice cream truck. Let's see. Then we've got. What's this card going to be again? Okay, yeah, that's right.
It's going to be your Blue Eyes White Dragon.
This is going to be.
Which I don't understand why he called
Donnie.
He's definitely blue.
And Jacob come home. Establish relationship between.
Speaking of which,
Donnie,
how do you guys feel about the names Donnie and Jacob for our main characters?
Yeah, that's a good question because we came up with them.
I try to keep the audience engaged.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Okay, so we've got Donnie and Jacob come home. Establish relationship between Donnie and we don't have Jacob's wife's name.
Okay, what do you guys think Jacob's wife's name should be? Marlene.
Marlene?
No, I
don't see that suggestion anywhere.
No, I was throwing a word out there. Every time you say Donnie, I hear shit.
Shut the fuck up, Donnie. You're out of your element, Donnie.
When I was in high school, I filmed a movie, a short film with another friend, where I played a character named Donald, and he starts losing his sanity over the course of the film. And speaking to his shadow, who starts like convincing him to hurt people in his life and whatnot.
This sounds like an Ian Hoagland film.
It was an Ian Hoagland film.
Okay.
And it was really fun to play both Donnie and the Shadow, but the Shadow like called him Donnie all the time, and he was like Donnie, like that sort of thing. And so now when I read Donnie, that's what I think of is from that movie.
I also hear a mixture of Big Lebowski as well as I think of there's this guy that I worked with at Don Pablo's, okay, named Donnie, and everyone loved him to death, but he was just such a small guy. Everybody picked on him, but we all loved him to death.
That's ableist.
It's probably
That's
awful,
sort of
and we were probably a bully. He snapped on us one time, and it was, and we were all
bless
just
the
like,
Hoaglands.
oh,
You know the Hoaglands?
Do you know the Hoaglands? His wife's an excellent actress. She really is.
Oh, Catherine.
Yeah.
So many Catherines in my life.
Yeah, Catherine Moody. Yeah, she's
Catherine
good.
Hoagland now, but
yeah, she's an excellent actress.
I loved her. Yeah, she. I wish I could work with her, but she lives in the not good Washington.
Oh, does she?
Yeah. I worked at Blockbuster, so you saw the Hoaglands a lot. Okay.
There you go. All right. It's all such a small world. So, okay, let's see. We're at Donnie and Jacob. Okay, Jacob's wife.
My wife.
So,
any thoughts yet on names or?
Yeah. Why are you leaving it up to the audience?
Is Jacob's wife's name Catherine?
We're taking suggestions. We're not leaving it up to them. That'll be a different stream. We're gonna help you all write a movie.
I gave you an idea. I liked Marlene. No, I'm kidding. I didn't really like Marlene. I don't know. It's
Marcy?
so. God, it just sounds like an awful person. Well, I shouldn't say that. My best friend's mom's name is Marcy.
But she's not going to be an awful person.
No, I know. It just doesn't. It seems like an older person's name.
Okay.
Like
what
when
about
you say
Larry?
No, would not be Larry. Well, like when I hear Marcy, I think of the character from Married with Children, Marcy Darcy.
Okay.
And that might be my problem. I don't know. Marcy might work. Oh.
No, I mean, if you don't like Marcy, I don't like Marlene. We're both back at zero.
Should we just get off the M names? Because we can do Maggie.
Okay, right.
We can do Mildred.
I like Maggie.
I like Maggie too, actually.
Okay, there we go. Donnie and Maggie.
Is this your homework, Larry?
Is this your Yes.
You gonna be okay?
Is this your homework, Larry? Is this your homework?
Miranda.
I think we settled on Maggie. That feels good.
I think we're settled on Maggie.
Yeah.
You're too slow. Sorry.
We could still change Jacob.
Yeah. Should we call Jacob Miranda? That's the real question.
Donnie being such a throwback to what about Donnie and Larry?
Yeah.
Okay, but see. Okay, but yeah, so we've got Donnie and Jacob come home, establish relationship between Donnie and Maggie. Maggie feels awful for Donnie, but saw it coming, right? Like it'll be one of those sympathizes with Donnie, but is looking at
Twitch was too slow.
Jacob. Twitch was too slow.
Blame Twitch.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been on that end too. It takes like a minute and a half for my shit to go through.
Yeah, and a lot of times when Rena's out and about and she tries to tune in, she gets the ads crystal clear.
That'll come right.
And then she usually can hear me, but then can't actually see the stream.
It doesn't come up or whatever.
Normally I'm playing video games too, so that's a different thing. But okay, so we've got Donnie and Jacob come home, establish a relationship between Donnie and Maggie. I want to finish this fucking card. Establish a relationship between Donnie and Maggie, and so this is where I'm picturing Maggie sympathizing with Donnie, and like they're best friends, right, kind of thing. But then, but she's also like, as she's consoling Donnie, she's looking at you like, I knew this was coming, right? I saw this coming.
Like I fucking told you.
Yeah, but it'll be then that Donnie's like, I've been trying to show her that my ideas are good. I just need help. I just need help getting to them. Like right now, I know where there's Ann Burgess. You know what I mean? Like selling it to Maggie.
Right.
And she's like, well, that sounds like it would be a fun little weekend drive. What do you think about that? Like suggesting it to you as an adventure.
So you want Maggie to suggest it?
To you.
I like
because
that.
you don't like the idea.
Right, yeah, because I'm just like, no, I'd rather just stay home and
right.
watch the game. Whatever game is on.
Maggie, and then we have like maybe you guys should take the weekend, right? Okay, so that's after weekend. All right, Donnie and Jacob come home, establish relationship between Donnie and Maggie. Donnie suggests to Maggie, sounds like an adventure. Okay, so then we have... Then do we jump? Okay, so this is the thing. I have driving montage here, but it's not going to be a driving montage.
I know what you mean.
This
you mean
is
like,
one. I mean, like we're going to show the, it'll be multiple scenes because we wanted to establish that this is where we get into the conflict between the two. Right?
Yeah, no.
That's so okay. So just for the audience's sake and to remind ourselves, let me see. Where's the paper? Here it is. All right. So we've made some notes on what makes a good buddy comedy. Based not only on...
Is it the same thing as what makes a good Die Hard movie?
No, it's not. But we've got... so, in the past, good buddy comedies usually showed two unlikely pairs. Back in the day, that was usually, a white guy and a black guy. But the good ones, there was always tension or inherent conflict between the two main characters. And it was always clear tension. So... we figured an easy tension would be lifestyle differences between a dreamer and a realist. And we had a huge, this is our homework, Larry, right here. You see the homework, Larry? It's a whole fucking page of homework. Okay. So anyway, but this is, we had plot scratch. We basically had a huge brainstorm of just ridiculous, some of them were ridiculous ideas, some of them were fun. We circled the ones we liked the most, and we just let it sink in, right? And
like the Titanic.
We let it sink like the Titanic. That's right.
I don't think that works.
And then we came up with.
Let's say Chris Pratt on the back.
Yes, remember? Mistaken for Chris Pratt.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
God, that was like 3 weeks ago. I can't remember all that.
Right, but we settled on Ann Burgess. So because we really liked the idea of a buddy comedy that's like a treasure hunt, and I was thinking of a movie. Right now I want to call it The Trail, but that's not what it was. It was a recent movie that had Robert Redford and Nick Nolte in it.
Oh, I saw that on like Netflix, I thought.
Yeah, but that was a good like.
And I was really surprised
drama.
to see that it was recent when I saw who was in it.
I know, right?
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah,
like,
because they're up there, man.
Like I thought it was like something in the 70s or 80s, and then like
Nope.
I looked at it was like 2016 or 17 or something.
Yeah, it's pretty recent.
And I was
So
just like, whoa.
I thought that was pretty crazy. But yeah, so like the driving montage is going to be the where our opportunity to create scenes that both show their bond together as well as the inherent tension as they're on their way basically to Florida. So what sucks is that this one card here, okay, so if you look up like the biggest problems in screenwriting, for most people it's having a solid second act, and this is basically half of our second act right here.
Was it The Discovery? A Walk in the Woods.
A Walk in the Woods. That's
it.
the one where two old gentlemen decide to challenge themselves to basically walk the Appalachian Trail. Nick Nolte's taking the opportunity to escape from the law, whereas the other one's just like,
Another really
adventure.
good movie about walking is
The Lord of the Rings
not
trilogy.
The Lord of the Rings trilogy. I knew that's where you're going with that.
Yep.
What is it called? I think it's called The Wild, starring Reese Witherspoon.
Okay.
Let me see.
Oh,
actually.
I think I saw that advertised on Amazon Prime recently.
It might have been. My sister loves that film, so when she was staying with us for a little bit, yeah, it's just called Wild. It's not The Wild. It's just called Wild. But it's pretty
No, then that's
decent,
different from what I just
And it's
seen.
mostly just her.
Gotcha. Interesting.
I mean, there's some other, like, small characters, but a lot of it's just kind of her, like, journey trying to walk. What trail is she trying to walk?
Okay, so let's see. We've
I'm
got
not
this part of
advertising this very
Act
well.
2.
Yeah,
Then it goes
1,000...
here, searching the beach all day Saturday.
1,100 mile solo hike undertaken.
First night
Yeah.
at the hotel.
It's a good movie,
Monday, old man let them and recoups what they have of the journey. And they decide to stay one more night. Okay, so
Of course I do.
all right, so this is where like
Oh.
had vague. Oh, okay, let's see. Hunt for the Wilder People is
People.
another wonderful
I'll have to look into that.
walkabout type movie. Okay, interesting. Hunt for the Wilder People. I'll have to write that down. Write it down right here.
Write it down.
For the Wilder People. Cool. Most recently, I had watched Willow Creek. Familiar with Willow Creek?
Now.
That was
the apartment complex I used to live in.
no, not wrong one.
Yeah.
No, this was
This is else.
Bobcat
Goldthwait.
This was his directorial, one of his movies that he wrote and directed. It's a found footage horror film about people hunting for Bigfoot.
Oh, I think you've talked to me about that.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was funny. It was really fun.
They're writing more on there. I can't read it from all over.
Taika Waititi movie. Oh, okay, nice. Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
we do like Taika Waititi.
Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah, Bigfoot movie. It's called Willow Creek. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you've seen it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, that was a good one. My favorite found footage film of all time is Chronicle, though.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. I love it. Okay, so let's see. This is where we were kind of sort of stuck because we don't want the breakup scene to feel stereotypical, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Or boring.
It's so overplayed at the whole. They get mad and then they get mad at each other and they both leave and it's like this big old dramatic thing and then they end up getting back. I know you have to
sad
have it,
90s tune.
You have to have it to a point, and I'm not saying it should be so. Like, well, I guess I'm gonna go home. You gonna stay here?
Well,
like
I
it shouldn't be
guess-
like that either. But
I guess my biggest thing about it should be that I don't want it to be basically a montage of two sad people walking
Right.
alone
Oh, yeah, definitely
over
not.
fucking music. You know what I mean? Like that. I hate those because it's like you're padding the fucking runtime. It's a
okay,
waste
so
of
maybe it
time.
could be like a thing where like, for whatever reason, Jacob is just like, look, it's not happening. Let's just go home, and Donnie is so invested in this scheme or whatever you want to call it at this point that he just refuses to give up, and he's like, I've given up on everything else in my life, blah blah blah, and so maybe Jacob starts heading back, and probably on the way back he starts, I don't know, he has some realization that he needs to help his friend achieve his dream. That sounds gay, but we can make it better.
Well, so I realized we didn't have one of the ideas that I had put together on cards that isn't totally stereotypical. So we have a mistake with the hotel, Max's Jacob's credit card, right? Remember?
Right.
Which he gets pissed about, and now he's got to find a way basically to get gas money, and he doesn't want to do the whole Ann Burgess thing, right? So they still split up, but I guess basically this is the cliche part of it to me, as I feel like where it has to naturally lead is that Donnie finds Ann Burgess and or something that's worth some sort of value.
Right. So interesting. I just had a thought, and I don't know how big of a character we want the wife to be or whatever, but what if Jacob calls her to come pick him up or whatever, and she gets there and then she convinces him to go help Donnie or whatever.
Well, this would be an opportunity for adding the dramatic backstory that I know you like.
I do. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Tragic backstory, I mean.
Well, it's not even so tragic. I just like I like character growth. I like my character to be different at the end of the movie.
Right.
Than
Well,
at the
beginning. This could be one of those things where maybe Donnie was there for him for something in the past that no one else was.
Right, exactly. And that's kind of why I thought maybe the wife would be a good vehicle to remind him.
Would be there and remind him.
So it wouldn't be another freaking montage.
Yeah.
Because we have too many montages, dare I say it.
Well, remember, this isn't a montage right here. This one actually isn't. This is the only montage, and it's really just, back and forth to specific, the same, to a running gag.
Right.
Honestly, there's no montages here, except for the opening credits.
Mm-hmm. While we're working, feel free to go ahead and put your favorite montages and movies down. Yeah,
that's an interesting question. It's so... What is your favorite montage in a movie?
I think probably Rocky 4 is really good, and it sticks out in my head. Yeah, when he's training to fight Ivan Drago after he killed his best friend. Come on, man.
I don't know.
I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's the first one I think of when I think of montages.
The patriotism in it feels so pandering.
I get that. But
my favorite montages. It's so funny that we both went to Rocky, though. My favorite montage is Rocky 3, both because of the song and because he learns the rope-a-dope, bro.
Yeah,
and it's by the end of that, he's looking cut, and I'm out of all the boxing movies I've seen, that's the one that got me into boxing. Rocky 3, where I was like, yeah, man, I want to be I want to be the quick, Bruce Lee boxer,
Yeah, other than that, I'd say probably the most on my mind is literally the one from Team America, and that's just because of the song.
And I can't even recall the montage from Team America. Montages. Okay, I clearly don't watch enough movie montages, or there aren't many super memorable ones. No, that's the thing. That's just it. There aren't there's not a whole lot of super memorable.
Right, which is why
it's pretty much the memorable ones are the ones that set the standard for it, which would be the Rocky films. Mm-hmm. Rocky 1, I think it actually gets the credit for
most sports
inventing
movies have montages.
It was the first one to invent the training montage.
Right, yeah.
Right, because movies have always had montages, but over the course of one sweaty 80s song, you went from slouch to champion.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. That was oh god. But it inspired decades
Angels
of workout.
In the Outfield. I like Angels in the Outfield.
I was thinking it inspires decades of workout regimens. It's
also crazy. Probably why we all get so easily frustrated when we
work out, and after one song,
after one
Eye of the Tiger.
Jesus, I did 30 push-ups. Why am I so overweight?
How am I not chiseled? I've listened to Eye of the Tiger while doing sit-ups 5 times.
I did everything Stallone did.
Everything Stallone did. Okay, so let's see. Mistake with the hotel maxes Jacob's credit card. And I'm going to put... Okay, so Jacob goes off on Donnie.
Donnie
goes to call wife to help fix it. All right. We got Donnie. And disappointed in himself. Continues to search the beach, right?
Yeah.
Beach. Now, okay, hold on. So, this is the thing. All right, wait. Then we have Maggie shows up, right?
Maggie!
Maggie! The magic Maggie. Okay, all right, Maggie shows up. To talk.
What's going on over there?
To what?
I just want to know chat on your other screen there.
It's just Discord up. No one's chatting.
Oh, okay. No one cares.
No one's chatting.
That's what I mean. No one's chatting.
Watch. Okay, let's see. Maggie shows up to talk to.
I mean, do we want to intersperse little scenes? I don't know. I guess it depends on how long our movie's getting. But maybe intersperse little scenes of him on the phone with her, too.
What do you mean?
So maybe instead of it just being like, this one thing happened and Jacob's all like, you know what? Screw this. I don't want to be here anyway.
Well, but it's not just the whole trip has been aggravating for him.
I'm getting that. But I guess what I was saying is I feel like he would be checking in with her every once in a while, and then we could take it or leave it. It might be a bad idea, but
no, I mean, I could see it being, so after Saturday when he's on the beach Sunday, they could be 100 yards apart. So he's walking Jacob's walking the beach, kind of pissed off when he gets a call from Maggie.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you have Sunday, right? Then you have Monday when he's like, I think we're going to stay another day. And she's like excited to hear that. He's excited, right? So yeah, I mean, like, he could be calling her each day, but because he wants to bitch about Donnie and the whole trip, Saturday night he doesn't call her because they're crammed in the car together.
Right. That's fair. I just thought phone call scenes are pretty easy to film.
They are. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
With very little money involved.
Right.
I just need to find someone to play my wife. My wife? Guess I can get my actual wife.
I was going to say, Catherine won't want to do it?
I haven't asked her.
Well, one
Figured
thing
we'd write it first and see what it all looks like, but...
Yeah, for sure.
My mind goes all over the place when it comes to writing, dude. Like, that's...
I know, I've had trouble finishing cards.
Some of mine works. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Let's see. Maggie shows up to talk to Jacob, encourages him. Okay, so this is what I'm debating here. Do we need where now Maggie and Jacob go to find Donnie and they can't find him?
No, I don't think we need that.
No?
I think we had enough other stuff in there. We really don't need to have the whole, like, where do you go?
We don't have the missing Donnie scare.
Yeah.
Leading to
that just seems kind of cheap at this point.
Okay, all right, okay, agreed.
I mean, like, what, did you get abducted? Like, what? It's like a 30-year-old man.
No, he could just be in a bar somewhere, but where they assumed he was going to be still combing the beach, looking for Burgess. He's given up, and so
no, I don't really think of.
They meet up, and
I think it's important that.
Then you have the rallying speech.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think that Donnie needs to have the realization himself that he's not going to give up. You know, you can even have like different points throughout the movie where he and Jacob discuss stuff, and Jacob might might remind him multiple times about all these other things that Donnie has quit in his life, and maybe that is why Donnie ultimately is
like fails because he keeps giving up.
Huh?
Like because he seemingly keeps giving up.
Right. Well, what I'm going to say is that's why ultimately in this movie, this plot, Donnie is persistent and actually goes for his goal.
Right.
It's not something he's done before. But I want that to be something that he kind of kind of grows into, as opposed to like having a speech at the end.
We were talking about Donnie's character arc, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know why this is the thing, but this was the thing. That's the point of the movie. Right?
Okay. So then
I almost feel like the speech too.
Then I wonder, rather than him missing, if it's still part of the thing where, like, from Maggie shows up to talk to Jacob, encourages him, reminds him that Donnie has always been there, right? Then to go from, okay, well, Donnie's probably sitting back at the hotel room. They go back to the hotel room. He's not there. Okay, well, let's check the bar next door.
Right.
Check the bar next door. He's not there, and are somewhat surprised to find him still late at night walking the beach searching for Ann Burgess.
That's fine. Yeah, I think that's good.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I almost feel like the turnaround speech, or whatever you want to call it, should be the wife giving it to Jacob.
Yeah.
Because I feel like going into the story, Jacob's the one that doesn't feel like he has to change. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of part of the whole argument in the beginning, him and his wife, and is he doesn't realize that they're I don't want to say something wrong, but he doesn't realize that that the thing that he's missing is internal as opposed to external. Man.
Huh. Okay, wait. So hold on. To solidify Jacob's character arc, so I feel like it's the middle of the night and they're walking the beach.
In the middle of the night.
So if Jacob is always afraid of...
Talk to them, they'll be more focused.
If Jacob is always afraid, not necessarily afraid, I mean, yeah, he's afraid, right, to take the risk and have and experience an adventure. Who, out of the three characters, should break their foot or twist their ankle tripping over a brick of Ann Burgess in the sand after they find Donnie on the way back? Right? Who does it make most sense to have tripped over it?
That's a good question.
Right, because I feel
like... don't want it to be the wife, because I feel like it's the story's not about her.
Right, yeah.
But Jacob's already come to his realization. Donnie's already come to his realization. So what are we doing with them? Is that just going to be kind of like where they end the movie is with the sprained ankle or whatever?
Maybe.
That's my question. I'm not sure what we're planning on doing with them.
But we also talked about Donnie ending with having a job, right? Right. So what is it?
Does he need a job though? If he got rich off of Ann Burgess?
But are we? Yeah, right. Yeah. So that's another question we have to ask. But also, though, I wonder, like, in here we also had talked about scenes where Donnie's particularly good at something and doesn't realize it, and that turns into a potential like entry level of some sort of career, right?
We might have mentioned that.
What we were talking about, because he's, because he never sticks with anything and doesn't have a job and blah, blah, blah.
Right. I don't know, like, I guess, because what did you say, like, in Burgess was like $2,000, how much you say it was?
Like a couple $100,000 for like a brick. For like a rock of
Yeah, so if he finds, I mean, like, I don't really see the point in him having a job.
Right, if he gets a couple $100,000.
Right. He might start a job. I mean, he might start a business. Right? I mean, he is an entrepreneur. That's what we keep saying. So, I mean, he could invest in starting his own business, and we should figure that out.
He could join a consultant firm because what he realized is his resume, he has a lot of he has a lot of experience with entrepreneurial startups.
Right, yeah.
So
and
he
what
could go
not
work
to do.
for a consulting firm. Yes, exactly, on what not to do.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. I like that.
Okay, all right, so hold on.
Yeah, just thinking the guy has $200,000 all of a sudden.
But wait, so then is it Donnie who, twists his ankle or breaks a toe walking the beach, or is it Jacob? It makes sense that it's Donnie, so that way it doesn't affect Jacob's work. Right? Because Donnie can afford to basically take the time off to heal from the... whatever.
I guess what I'm asking is, isn't
be.
this like the end of the movie, or is there more?
Yeah, no, this is basically like the end of the movie.
So why are we having story-wise, why are we having one of them tripping over them to find it? Is that what happens when they trip over it? Oh, okay, yes. okay.
That's how they find it.
I think Jacob should trip over it.
It's the first
maybe not necessarily breaking his ankle, but he should trip over it.
Okay.
So I misunderstood what you were saying. I was like, I don't understand how this is a cliffhanger for the sequel. We lose all our viewers yet? No, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still have 6.
Leaving the beach.
For those of you who are on this live stream for the long haul, you're probably going to see me get up a lot. I drink a lot of water and coffee, so I pee like 18 times a day. That's what's in here is water. I drink 2 of these a day. Listening while playing D&D.
Nice. Nice. Wait, DBD?
It's a DBD?
D&D?
I read that as D&D, my bad.
I'm listening and playing Sims. Ah, nice. Like the most recent Sims? Would that be Sims 4?
483. There's been a lot of Sims, haven't there?
Leaving the beach. Jacob trips over a Hunger Game bird, just twisting his ankle. Boom. Okay.
Yeah, Sims 4.
Nice.
So, like, what's new in this one? Like,
Well, like every single time they seem to update the Sims, they basically expand on what you can do. So everything from character customization to careers to how involved the careers are. I was playing The Sims 4 on my phone.
Can you be like a professional basketball player in Sims 4?
I don't know.
That'd be kind of fun.
I know they have a sports career thing. I don't know what, but I think it's like predetermined.
Yes, accurate.
Right. Yes. Exactly. Right, yeah, so many expansions. Let's see. Okay, so back at home, Donnie is moving into an apartment.
Exiting stage left.
And starting a new job as a consultant for a marketing firm. Marketing/startup firm. And I'm going to look up more information on those. You know, right now we're just trying to... The whole point of this is to see if we have a full and complete story. That's kind of the whole point of storyboarding. Getting it on little note cards and laying it out in front of you so that you can see the story overall. Basically, before you start writing, it's how you get the structure right. Like, a really great example of... storyboarding would be like the movie Memento. Really cool, where it's filmed backwards based on how he remembers things. Love that. There's a lot of movies where they take the ending and loop it by putting it at the beginning. I've seen that in a dozen or so movies. But let's see. I think we have I mean, okay, other than this one fucking card probably representing like 5 cards, okay, the driving montage, St. Louis, Missouri to Florida. Besides that card actually representing 5 cards-ish. Let's see, okay. I'm going to make sure to write it in pencil in case I've got to change stuff. But let's see. Jacob wakes up, goes to work. We see his day/life at the office. That's how we start. 2, Donnie wakes up late, hits the bong, answers messages. 3, Jacob establishes routine, grabs lunch, and goes to Donnie's house. Okay, when he gets to Donnie's house, Donnie is in the middle of talking to his cousin in Ireland, who has a connect, who is looking to buy Ambergris illegally. Jacob shows up with lunch, and Donnie discovers where you can find Ambergris in the wild, basically. Then we've got Jacob gets home from work, fights with his wife about having an adventurous evening. Okay, so in this, Donnie wakes up, hits the bong, answers messages. That needs to be a longer scene that establishes the conflict that leads up to Donnie getting kicked out, right?
I heard earlier on CoffeeZilla that you were the king of the jump cut. Or you went to jump cut class.
Jump cut academy.
Academy, sorry. I watched it once, sorry. So what if you were interspersing between these two? Back and forth.
Yeah.
Just kind of showing their day.
Yeah, of course.
And just kind of showing the...
Right.
not parallels, but the...
Well, and making sure that it's established that this is definitely... that these are the 2 main characters,
right,
too.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Establishing the main characters is tight.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to put 11 to 14 here on this one.
Right.
14.
A lot of it's going to be in the damn car.
15.
I really need to...
16.
Man, I miss being able to work on that airport sitcom.
18. 19. If I had a bigger studio to set up the green screen, I could just green screen the whole thing.
That's true.
22, 23.
It's just like the Andy and Calvin one, though. I mean, I wrote it over 10 years ago, so I definitely need to go back and look at it. It didn't have as much of the... Oh, what? Back and forth between the two, showing the list. Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Showing their lifestyle differences would be cool. Absolutely. All right, and so let's see. Let me put these in order. We need to. Oh yeah, I was gonna say we need to come up with a name. Are we calling it Ambergris?
I don't see why not.
Yeah. Let's see. 6, 7, 8.
That's pretty good. We got a pretty
10,
good framework there.
11, 14. Yep. 15, 16, and we'll start a Google Doc.
Sounds good to me.
Writing it.
Man, it sucks Celtics went to crap over the last couple years.
I hated Celtics. I always just use.
It's just so easy to use.
Use Google Docs, and
it's just so easy to use and auto-formatted. So it was really nice for me when I was first learning out how to write scripts.
Yeah.
And then after a while, I was like, you know what? It doesn't matter how the hell I write this. It's not like I'm selling this to a big, as long as I understand.
So as long as I understand.
Yeah. Not like this. It really doesn't matter.
Let me see here.
Well, I will say you should probably follow your own established rules when it comes to script writing.
Right.
Because otherwise it's just chaos.
Otherwise it's chaos. Otherwise, what the hell are we doing here? You're out of your element, Donnie. All right. Let's see. Well, so there we go. That's in the past month. That's 2 different movies that are storyboarded.
What was the other one?
Protect and Serve.
Yeah. Is that based on your... That's not based on your show, is it?
No. That's
something else?
That's different from When the Quiet Comes. Yeah, that's the horror film about the...
Oh, yeah.
The stalkers. Yep.
Sorry, the name just threw me off. Okay.
Yep. Protect and serve. About the police stalker.
About serial killers who break dance with their victims.
That's right. Let me see. I need this. One of these. Oh wait. Hey, I love these little clips.
Yeah, I don't know who, like, that one day was just like, you know what, paper clips are cool and all, but let's get something thicker.
I'm so glad someone made alligator clips because
I mean,
so awesome.
It looks cool.
It looks so cool.
But it literally does the same thing that this thing does.
But I had to bend that.
That's
all
true.
Special
Yeah.
To get it.
I mean,
to
when you
fit
got
around
got those thick stacks, yeah, it works much better when you got the.
See, and I think the reason why I had to use that is this one here doesn't. I don't think it opens wide enough. I don't think it opens its jaws wide enough here. And it's like boom, and it just snaps, and like we have to go to the hospital because I have metal.
Do we know any of these people in real life on here?
I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like I might know Thundercat. Well, they haven't said they know me yet, so probably not.
Yeah, I'm curious on whether we actually know Thundercat or not. But let's see. Okay, so there we go. We've got these two storyboarded. Boom.
Woo!
Clipped up, baby.
That's how we do.
And I'm just gonna scratch that off of our big old to-do list.
Like a mouse.
I'm gonna smoke for the victory. Okay, so let's see. And Burgess Buddy, storyboarding scenes. I can dig it. Boom.
Yeah, I know you. Oh.
Yeah, you know me, Josh. Haha.
Cat! Why did I think about that? Okay. Sorry. That's a really cool name, though.
I mean, the year should have given it away.
How was your birthday?
I think we're all in that category where we use our birthday year.
I've never done that.
No? I do it a lot. When it's not for specific branding purposes.
Right.
Like Hohenheim Pro, short for Hohenheim Productions. Check out the YouTube.
Go to YouTube now.
Check out the YouTube! Exclamation point YouTube.
No, she was. I was talking to her a few weeks ago. I said that she had her partner was did the art YouTube thing that we were talking about. Yeah.
Oh, nice, sweet.
It was my earlier.
Thundercat. Oh.
Thundercat. Oh.
Why on earth would it automatically try to block O?
That's so weird.
Oh. Okay, there we go.
We are very ho positive on this page.
Oh, okay, cool. Roller derby. Okay, so then were you part of the City of Fists? Roller derby team?
We'll wait the obligatory 45 seconds.
Back in like I want to say like 2015 is when I got to know the City of Fists roller derby team pretty well because they use the Kokomo skating rink. The one that is now a church.
I was on the first team when it started, yes. Oh, look at that.
Nice. All right, so then you probably most likely know Jessica Kufner, I think is what her name is. And
no idea.
Oh,
I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm trying to think.
Kufner?
My favorite lady was the short assassin. That's what her name was. Something Assassin.
Lil Assassin?
Something like that.
That's a rapper name, right?
It was something Assassin, but I feel like it was forever ago now. But I loved her to death. She was so fun.
Yeah, I didn't realize you did roller derby Thundercat, but it also doesn't surprise me at the same time.
Yeah, I'm a professional roller skater. You can find more of that also on the YouTube and on my Instagram too.
Melanie,
and what was her name though? It was like the 3-foot assassin or something. 5-foot assassin.
5-foot assassin.
5-foot assassin. I made her a lot shorter in my head.
3-foot assassin does sound much more impressive.
It does sound so much more intimidating. Like no, it sounds like Yoda, but just a little different.
Yeah.
But yeah, nice.
Well, I'm glad you could join us, Thundercat.
Yeah, that's
definitely
awesome.
appreciate you being here.
I grew up skating with break skate, and then then
they got too commercial.
No, well, we were. I was 3 years younger than all the members of Break Skate, so I was like their backup.
Rode the bench.
I rode the bench, the buffet bench. I was 310 pounds back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, right before they went on America's Best Dance Crew. I was still a big guy. Okay, so let's see. We got Ann Burgess storyboard. First time using Twitch, even though I've had it for like 9 months. Yeah, well, I found a lot of people have Twitch accounts that they don't realize, or that they started a long time ago and then just didn't really have a reason to go on there.
They pulled up for I pulled it up just for he was doing something, and I was like, okay, I'll sign up.
Yeah, and that was forever ago. Yeah, I skated with Break Skate for a long, long time. I grew up skating with those guys. So at the Northern End skating rink, I skated with them religiously, for sure. But I'm a few years younger than most of the members. So I was so by time they were all of age to own cars and to go out of town to go skating on the weekends, I was still stuck at home. So
he had to hang on to the bumper. And
yeah. My mom likes to joke that I'm the Pete Best of Break Skate, which, do you know who Pete Best is?
No.
He's the guy who...
Which is probably the point.
He was the drummer who was kicked out of the Beatles 6 months before they went global. Yeah.
So then all of their fame is because of you.
That is not what I meant at all. No, it was way off base. That's not at all what I meant. They were going to be famous with or without me.
We don't know if they were going to be famous with you. You do know they were without you. No.
The difference is, this is the moment in my life where I classically slide back to the movie Brink. I'm a soul skater, okay? All right? I'm not a sellout.
Who doesn't like the movie? I don't even like skating, and I liked the movie Brink.
Yeah, I fucking love it. But that is literally how I feel about it, though. When I was like 15, the very first time I ever showed up to like a practice, I was like, I hated it. I instantly hated the practice with Break Skate because, like, it turned it into a job, and to me, skating was never a job.
Right.
So it was immediately killing my enthusiasm for it, and I was like, nah, no thanks. But yeah. Now we are into so we can go to Get to the Point Review podcast.
Okay.
Let's take a look at Patreon page and DMing, which in order to do that, I'm going to finally have to mess with the camera and such. What we'll do is we'll pull it over here first.
Okay.
Bajink.
Did you say kajink?
Bajink.
Oh.
Yeah, similar, a B instead of a K.
I'm all for vocalizing your own sound.
I just make shit up.
I just had never heard kajink before.
Well, you learn something new every day, Josh. It's a brand new day, buddy. Brand new day. All right, let's see. Now, what we were going to do, the problem before...
Is that skyline painting new on your wall?
No.
I just never noticed it before.
No, it's not that new. Okay, wait. That's Discord webcam. We want...
What do we want?
Display capture.
Display capture.
Boom.
Got it.
Make sure that the chat box is over here. Let's move that too. Okay, so now I shall show you the things. Okay, first of all, so you all know, the tunes we're listening to is lo-fi hip-hop radio supplied by Chilled Cow Live, y'all. And let's see, check the notifications here. You were so close by 30%. But
what?
This is a comment from the video on the CoffeeZilla Army Showdown, Hohenheim the Undertaker versus Anna Anka.
Wow. It was kind of weird how you were like winning there in the beginning. Was that Sharina's shirt, by the way, that you were wearing in that video?
It was her dress, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I only saw the top of it. But...
Yep, I put her on her dress for that video, because why not? Okay, so what we were going to do... Hey!
Good job.
Hey!
I mean Men don't usually fit women's clothing.
I did have to stretch it out.
Yeah.
Okay, I definitely had to stretch it out. All right, so when it comes to the Patreon, okay, there is, where is it? My profile, I guess.
Should I pull it up on my phone while we're doing this?
So if we go to edit your page, yeah, I'm not necessarily sure you can access this part from your phone. That's why.
Probably not.
That's why computers were invented.
No.
There's a merch when you're in
like 12
when
years
you're
old.
in
Like,
the edit your campaign mode.
Mm-hmm.
There's a merch tab, and this is where you create merch. This is where I
So-
created the mug. So the $25 tier is called "You've Been Mugged."
And the mug is just like the banner, right?
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
it's the banner stretched around a coffee
Alright,
mug.
okay.
But it's the $25 tier status, because the thing is when you create merch from the Patreon, you have to attach it to a tier of whatever it is that you're offering, right? So this one is attached to the 25 because they literally said in order to cover the cost of the shipping mug and for you to still get money that month, you need to set it at 25. They recommend per thing, but
And
for
we always
Streamlabs,
change it once we get more merchandise, right? I mean, that's a possibility. I'm not saying I want to do it necessarily.
you can you can always change it.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go to login first, and we'll log in with YouTube. Log in with Fourth Wall Players. Sure thing. Alright, and it does the stuff for us. Choose starter.
Yeah, boy.
What's your PayPal email?
I made a few minutes for that.
Okay.
I think I installed PayPal like 8 years ago. I haven't looked at it since. Let's see. There's a lot of things that like everyone has and I just don't. It's like,
Well, we can just continue for now. And we can skip that.
let's see.
Finish.
I
So,
gotta figure out where my Play Store is. Okay.
what we do is we go to merch. And this is pretty simple here. This is where you just pick an
image to put over it.
Yeah, to put over whatever piece of merch it is. So let's see. Show tutorial. Now they're showing it a little different here.
Create your own. Well, the first thing you're going to want to do is either fire up Streamlabs OBS or go to your browser.
What the hell's going on?
Streamlabs.com. And then here,
This is a tutorial video?
as you can see under my account, just click
What?
on Watch Story.
Do I hear a tutorial video?
Yeah, I'm watching it right here. You're on your phone. You're not paying attention to what's going on here.
I'm trying to bring up PayPal. I'm working.
So am I.
Choose American Apparel.
Log in. Let's see if I have a login.
Choose our color.
Probably under the Jake Gibson.
Add our logo and image.
And I forgot my
So you can
password.
choose from your apparel. Choose our color.
Okay, so what we'll do first is we'll start by uploading. We will find...
Now I gotta wait for the email. There we go.
Let's see here. Documents.
505 140.
Navigating through all the folders that we have here. And let's see. Just to start. Boom. Okay. Store is being created and it's generating, so it works differently this time. This time you upload the image first, then it shows you a selection of what you can put it on.
Oh, okay.
Whereas it used to be the opposite way. You choose a piece of merch first, then you can design it and upload it onto the store. This time you start by choosing an image, apparently. And right now they're the store is being created. It takes a couple minutes, so we'll give it a couple of minutes.
That's okay. I'm getting my. I'm not a robot. Oh, God, I hate these image things. It's a bridge. It's a bridge. That's a bridge. Verify. I think it's just those three. Link my fingerprint. Alright, cool. I'll have to remember my damn login password. Alright. Oh, I did set up a PayPal for Wimberley. Right. The Inevco? What the hell? I don't know who this is. The Inevco? It might have been maybe I bought tickets to a show or something. Okay, so what was the question you asked me about my PayPal?
I just needed the email for it.
Oh, it's just J Gibson 901. I almost feel like maybe I should. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just do it. Doesn't matter. So I thought about it. I was like, maybe I should just do it for Fourth Wall Players account.
Alrighty. Okay, and it's which one?
J Gibson 901 at Gmail.
Next. Oh, and here is where we'll go like so. Pink for a second. So here's a preview of how your Fourth Wall Players page, Patreon looks.
Okay.
Right? And so the lowest option is $2 a month. Patreon only posts some messages. Patreon only voting power. Patreon shout out. And then, of course, all of these carry over. The $5 one is what they have to purchase in order to have access to feature-length movies and play recordings.
Okay.
Right, and then the $25 one is the one that includes the mug, and that's why it's called You've Been Mugged.
Awesome.
Right.
I like it.
Ta-da! And that's how we do. That's what we're looking at for that one.
Players dot fourth wall at Gmail.
Okay, so let's see. All right. Basically, set up the Streamlabs merch store. We've got to get to the point review podcast. The schedule. Okay.
Yeah. God, I hate fucking symbols. Okay. You didn't make my other one have a symbol.
Yeah, we had it muted for a moment. while we were discussing
Oh,
passwords.
someone say something?
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't
Do you wonder what happened to us?
worry. Yeah, she wanted to know why we were muted for a moment.
We have things to hide from you, Thundercat.
God, we have things to hide. All right. Let's see. So, okay, that's that list. We can move this back here for a moment. Ta-da! And all right, we have now the schedule. Aha. Okay.
Trying to set up my PayPal.
You would. Okay, so the schedule for the Get to the Point Review podcast. Okay. Pew, pew. All right, first thing. Yeah. It was just a momentary muting for password discussion.
We don't want you stealing my information. Just kidding.
Doxing's illegal for a reason. Okay, so let's see.
I gotta pull up Chase to figure. God damn it.
Here we go. All right, right now I am jotting down our Get to the Point Review podcast schedule. So let's see. Oh, a listener is now following. Thank you very much, listener,
Thank
for
you,
the
listener.
follow. Howdy indeed. That's Tube Talk Tuesday. We finished outlining, basically storyboarding a feature-length film that we're working on. It'll be our second official, basically joint partnership film that we're working on together, called Ambergis, and it's like basically a buddy comedy. A buddy comedy about a dreamer and a realist on the hunt for some ambergris, which is an illegal substance, by the way. And right now we're in the midst. We also set up a merch store for the Fourth Wall players. Ah, I see. What's up, Brody? Yeah, now we're working
Brody
on
Long?
checking out. Yeah, exactly, Brody Long.
Ha!
Yeah,
Got
and
it.
now we're working on a schedule.
I only know 2 Brodies, and I figured it wasn't the other one.
Right, for
Okay, I've got my account set up now.
for the Get to the Point Review podcast. So let's see, what would normally be the 29th is going to be the 31st. Thursday,
Okay.
December 31st,
Bam. Got it.
2020. Our last 2020 date, actually.
Yeah.
That's our New Year's Eve live podcast.
So if you guys aren't doing anything on New Year's Eve, if you're stuck at home, you're bored, just plug on in.
That's right. You can't escape the Matrix.
You'll get to see our beautiful wife and... We share a wife. Our beautiful wife and girlfriend.
We share a wife. And here we go. And also, I'm going to move this over. Back over to here.
Oh, Brody's going on a... What's he doing over there?
Nice. Then you should definitely consider joining in, viewing the podcast, bro. We're gonna have a good time. We are gonna have a good time. Drinks
We always
and
have a good
such.
time.
We always have a good time.
Whether or not you guys do, that's...
It's what we're good at when it comes down to it. It's having a good time. Having a good time. And all that good stuff. Alright, and I can move this back over here for now. Alright, and let's see. Now, when I look at these dates, I'm not covering up the chat. Hooray. Alright, okay, so let's see. Then we have... Tuesday.
Oh, good. Got the chat over here again.
Yeah. January 12th, 2021. Okay, and so this is supposed to be episode number 4, isn't it? Yeah, and then this is number 5.
The New Year's Eve one?
Yep.
Yep.
Episode number 5 of the podcast. Tuesday, January 12th, 2021. That's going to be top 5 Canadian actors.
Oh, that's going to be a January? Or our first January one?
Yeah.
You did mention that. Yeah, 'cause that's where, what's his...
With Amish Patel. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is the actor from Dino Dana, and he is as well as the co-host for The Drip.
The Drip.
The Drip, which is CoffeeZilla's podcast every Friday from The Drip on YouTube, folks. All right, so let's see. If that one's January 12th, then the next one we would be filming/recording on the 26th. So let's see. Tuesday, January 26th, 2021, episode 6. Skip 2 lines. All right, then let's see. On the 26th, then we've got the 2nd and the 9th, February 9th. Okay, so let's see. Valentine's Day.
February 9th would be right before Valentine's Day, right?
Yeah, it's because it's the 14th, right?
Yeah.
So it's close to as the. I mean, we record it on Tuesday, but we don't release it till the Thursday.
Right.
So we'll be releasing it on the 11th,
Yeah,
3
that's
days
pretty
before
damn close, yeah.
Valentine's,
I like that.
right before Valentine's Day weekend.
Right.
Essentially.
So we should do what? Rom-coms?
Is that what we were gonna do for our Valentine's Day episode?
No, what the hell were we talking about?
I was about to say I didn't think we were
I'm
doing
gonna look up the
rom-coms.
conversation because
Yeah,
I remember you talking about
I know
it.
because we have a lot of conversations, don't we?
We talk a lot.
We talk.
Here,
We talk so
sometimes
much.
I forget.
Yeah,
That was a typed one, right?
I believe so.
Good, because I got a lot of voice memos. All right. Oh, right. Okay.
What?
Hold on. I'm not quite there yet. I had said, I don't know. You had said, oh shit. God damn it! It's like why we talked about this forever. But it's like a mix of like, whatever. Patreon public. Now I think Chris suppose we could load it. They 1 minute suppose that could work. Just give us an excuse. And then you said,
Oh, it's the couples.
Sitcom couples.
Sitcom
Yes.
couples. So, and that one's going to be on the 9th, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And we were doing top 5 or top 10?
Each
Top
of us
5.
are doing 5.
Okay.
So it'd be top 10 total. It'd be 10 total, but 2 top 5s.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Top 10/5.
That's not confusing.
Sitcom couples / will they, won't they? Won't they plot lines, right?
Sorry.
Right, it's centered around the will they, won't they plot lines.
I thought it was, yeah. I mean, we could do that, yeah. I was looking forward to doing it.
We'll just review the conversation. That's what you agreed to. Just because you changed your idea now.
No. On the conversation, I said something about.
The whole thing was that I was looking up and they didn't have sitcom.
I said the sitcom
couples.
cannot be based on their relationship.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that wouldn't be a
Right,
will
because-
they, won't they thing.
Right, I'm saying it's the whole
Well, I guess-
idea was
okay,
based
I
on will they, won't they, right? The top.
I see what you're saying now.
Because every list that I had found was just the top will they, won't they TV
Yeah.
plot lines, and it wasn't sitcom.
Right.
I couldn't find one that was only sitcoms. So by us only reviewing sitcoms that had the will they, won't they couples, that's where it's unique because everyone else includes everything throughout television. So they've got Lewis and Clark on
Yeah.
there and all of these other ones that weren't
Oh, someone said
sitcoms. I vote for David and Patrick from Schitt's Creek for best sitcom couple. Nice. See, we haven't seen Schitt's Creek yet.
Well, it's
Rena's
in the
watched.
queue.
Rena watched episodes like 1 and 2 of it while I was in the room,
Mm-hmm.
but I wasn't paying attention because I want to set aside the time for it. I
Right.
love Eugene Levy, so
And Catherine O'Hara.
and Catherine O'Hara.
We spoke of that earlier.
We did speak of that earlier. Amazing.
Yeah, I know Thundercat. I was thinking like Jake and Amy from Brooklyn Nine-Nine was a good one.
See, I haven't seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
I've Terry Crews is in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm familiar with it, but I'm unfamiliar with this show. With what? Which one? Schitt's Creek? Brooklyn Nine-Nine? All of them?
Probably Schitt's Creek.
Schitt's Creek. It's fairly new.
You've been living in a box, Brody? No, I'm just kidding.
Am I living in a box? Am I living in a cardboard box? Am I living in a box? Speaking of best Canadian actors, Eugene and Catherine for sure. I know, right? Yes. Gosh, stop! Don't influence our list. There's too many. we have to narrow it down to 5 apiece, and that's also including Amisha's list.
I know. Yeah, I know. For me specifically.
But see, this is the thing.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It is the best quote unquote cop show ever.
Yeah. I've only heard great things about it. I
just know, like, for me personally, I'm going to avoid shows that are the plot is centered around their relationship. So, like, you know, King of Queens, stuff like that. Like, I'm not going to go into that because that's all about their marriage.
Right.
I'm looking at more like when I feel like a lot of Friends is based around Ross and Rachel, so I'm not going with that. I might do Chandler and Monica.
Well,
that's a
will they, won't they? But for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's a great example of the type of relationships we're talking about, because it's like it's still will they, won't they the whole time.
Right. Yeah. And they actually make more sense. I think Ross and Rachel are actually toxic for each other, so I wouldn't put them on the list anyway.
Right. Okay, but hold on. So I think now, by the end of February is when we're gonna need to start paying for it.
Okay.
That's when we start paying for Buzzsprout. Otherwise, our episodes disappear.
Otherwise, they're gone. Poof.
Otherwise, they're gone, and it's like we never did them. Hold on, let me see. So I'm gonna put down number 9 here, and I'm gonna have the schedule up to that at least. So February into the beginning of March.
And Thundercat, I was also thinking of Leslie and Ben from Parks and Rec.
Tuesday, March 9th, 2021. Okay, so let's see. What we don't have topics for, it would be the end of January episode. As well as for episodes 8 and 9 are the ones we don't have categories for, because Thursday.
So we're doing that. So Thursday's the New Year's, and then we have the
top 5
Canadians. That's one with
Amish.
Amish, yep. Yeah, and
who plays the father from Dino Dana?
Yes, the father from Dino Dana.
Go watch Dino Dana. All right.
And then so like what's another cool concept we could do for do you want to do the top 5, or do you want to take a break from top 5?
Well, so one thing that we didn't do that we had talked about doing for was on cancel culture.
Nope is life, yeah.
Nope is life. Is on cancel culture, which I think at the end of January for 2021, the first month of 2021.
So are we going to be delving into the idea of cancel culture, or the idea that it's...
get to the point review on cancel culture,
or that the idea that it's just made up by anti-liberals to make liberals seem like they're crazier than they are?
I think we're just going to talk about all sorts of stuff with cancel
Let's
culture.
Get meta, man.
Let's get meta.
Let's really delve into this.
Now, if we can confirm CoffeeZilla, because he was talking about being on the podcast.
I heard that. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So if we can get CoffeeZilla and Amish... So Amish is going to come if then CoffeeZilla and Amish come back together as a couple and make this a foursome. Then I talked about with them, we should be reviewing...
Josh nailed it. Yeah.
Then we should be giving get to the point reviews on movies that are basically like biopics about scammers and stuff.
Right.
Like, so we've got the one of the first, Wolf of Wall Street.
Obviously, yeah.
Jordan Belfort, right? Then you've got
There Will Be Blood. He was a con man. He wasn't a scammer, but he was a con man. Does that count?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
It was before scams were a thing, but...
Then what about... I'm sure that there are movies about Ponzi schemes out there somewhere. We'll have to look up. We'll have to do some research for that. But
Office Space?
The...
That wasn't really a Ponzi scheme. They were just stealing.
It's not. Yeah, they're just stealing. That's a heist movie.
Yeah.
No, but I'm trying to think. I lost it.
Any suggestions out there about movies about scams / Ponzi schemes?
There was one about a journalist who kept making up his references or whatever.
Oh, that's a real story, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like biopic. So is Jordan Belfort.
Yeah, you did say biopic, didn't you? There Will Be Blood isn't a biopic. I don't think.
Well, I'm saying so long as it's about like scammers and
Yeah.
Ponzi schemes and stuff like that.
I just
Because
want an
that's
excuse to
what-
watch the movie again. I'm going to be honest.
Just watch it.
Well, I mean,
Review it for Note of Brilliance.
but I'm pretty sure it's got better than 55.
What is it? Look it up.
There Will Be Blood. It's a fantastic film.
I'm not sure I'm familiar with it.
It's one of my favorite Daniel Day-Lewis movies.
Okay. I have a feeling I know which film you're talking about.
Drainage, Eli. I have a straw.
Drink your milkshake.
I drink your milkshake.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Yeah.
Never mind. I know
No,
exactly
you know
what you're talking about.
it. Yeah, I'm
it
aware.
definitely has more than 55%. I was just waiting for the milkshake line to come out. I was like, I knew it.
I have a straw that reaches all the way across the room.
And I drink your...
The Wizard of Lies.
There's a movie called The Wizard of Lies. Okay. It's based on the novel Oil. I'm not seen it, though.
Yeah, 92% of the tomato
Wizard
meter.
of Lies.
It definitely does not.
No, I know. Good God, no way. But no, not for Note of Brilliance. But wait, okay, it's a fictional story. But what's it? I guess I don't remember what the hell it was about.
Looks like it's based on the movie Oil. Well, basically, this con man goes
The
into
novel.
town and is trying to like steal oil because there's like one spot, piece of land that has oil, and like the guy who owns it is like the pastor or the church, the clergyman, and he refuses to sell it. And so, like, it's just kind of their, butting heads throughout the movie. And the guy at the very end, Daniel Day-Lewis, reveals that he was actually stealing the oil the entire time because he built pipes underground. And,
So it didn't matter that he didn't have the land.
Yeah, and then he beats him with a bowling pin. That's pretty fun.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I know I've seen the movie. But I think it was a long time ago.
It's been years
it was
for
like,
me, too, but God,
I think it was before high school, so it was before I would have gotten like what it was about.
Me and Ian,
You know.
me and Ian Hoagland, when we used to assist and direct the drama camp together in Kokomo, we always had like the vocal warm-ups where we made the kids repeat phrases, and we always took phrases from that movie.
You had to Karen the pharmacist for cat medicine. Well, good job, baby. Good job. Way to Karen when it counts. Right? Feel shame. Shame.
Don't feel shame. She probably brought it on herself.
She probably brought it on herself. Like...
She needs to know.
If
Like,
we
you
should-
should wear an ID that says that you're a Sicilian, so that people know not to mess with you.
Yeah, there you go. But also, I feel like it's our duty as Americans. If we're going to Karen anyone, it should be the FDA.
Definitely.
There are drug keepers. There are drug dealers. So, fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them.
Yeah, as long as you're not Karening poor waitresses.
It was a man.
Oh, well, even
So?
more.
So what?
Even more. He was just trying to bring you
Good.
down because you're a woman.
See, and F the man, right? Not literally.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
I saw it in theaters and I haven't seen it since, so I don't remember anything.
The bowling pin
except
scene,
the bowling
yes.
pin scene and just loving Paul Dane. Yeah, uh-huh.
Have you seen
Dano.
Swiss Army Man,
I
Thundercat,
think I've seen that one.
with Paul Dano and Daniel Radcliffe? Venture out for blood.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to do research on them.
Yeah, we'll look into that. Yeah.
And we won't be able to settle on that topic until I get a confirmation from Coffee anyway.
Right.
But okay, so wait. But before you said cancel, before we came up with cancel culture, you had another idea that we were talking about, right?
I love that soundtrack too. Yeah.
Nice.
Idea of what we were talking about.
For
Gotta leave me back
one of these
into it,
other
man.
ones. Well, before I had said cancel culture, we were talking about New Year's Eve live podcast, top 5 Canadian actors with Amish Patel.
Oh,
sitcom
I was
couples.
kind of putting it out there to see if there are any other.
We still have to do the rest of the Walking Dead seasons.
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah.
I mean, we could put a filler. I mean, we could put one of those, that early February one. I mean, and The Walking Dead we can do whenever. It's not like a time specific
Right, I
thing.
mean, we're just trying to have caught up to the
Right.
seasons before the last season premieres.
Which is
I don't know, like probably half of it in like the end of January, and then the rest of it in October.
okay. All
Yeah.
right, so we have plenty of time.
Yeah, for sure.
So I mean, okay, so
We
now,
also have 9 seasons.
right
to
now,
do.
tentatively, well, we got to figure out when CoffeeZilla wants to do it, but I think we should keep
Right, if that's a real thing.
those as possible CoffeeZilla specials, and if not, we can fill those in with Walking Dead seasons.
Right.
Right?
Uh-huh.
I think that's fine. That's fine with me.
So, right. But see, so we've got... All right, yeah, I'm not going to write those on the schedule, though, just because I've got those on the main page.
Right, yeah.
Walking Dead by season.
Yes, Walking Dead is still on the air. I thought the same thing.
Yeah, no, I know, but the reason why we're going through The Walking Dead
the
is
miniseries that never ended.
because season 11 is the final season for the original show. Mm-hmm.
Then there's just 3 movies.
Then there's just 3 movies and 4, spin-off series, but season 11 for the original series is going to be the final series. So we're kind of re-walking back through the seasons to commemorate its final slow death.
Yeah.
Over the past 3 seasons, the writing has just been, like, you have basically 9 episodes for like 5 minutes of good writing. Anyway, but
I think they messed up a little bit with the.
we got the New Mutants. We didn't get the Witchers. We got the Trial at Chicago 7. We didn't get bored. Oh, that's right.
We haven't watched The Witcher yet.
I forgot.
I haven't watched The
one
Witcher
of the guests that we have basically confirmed is my friend and fellow YouTuber Revolutionary Thinking.
Okay.
And he has a political channel. So for that, it'll be movies concerning politics. That's where actually cancel culture. Okay, so we'll give our get to the point review on cancel culture as the main feature,
right,
and political movies.
Yeah, I read that was like basically about like the first kids born after the outbreak or whatever, and it's only supposed to be 2 seasons, which is kind of cool, testing out a new concept, I guess. I heard it was awful though.
Okay, so then cancel culture and political movies with Ariel Rev Thinking. So what we'll do is we'll take a look at maybe the top 10 political movies.
I can think of a lot of political movies. I have a lot of political movies.
Okay, so maybe we should each do, since we have a guest for that one, we'll each do The Walking Dead World Beyond is like the kids version. Ugh, God. There's a reason why I haven't given any of the spin-offs the time of day. I watched the first 3
We mentioned
episodes.
this. Was this on our podcast we mentioned this?
It was, I think it was on What It Is episodes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, no, we did mention it in the...
Because we did a whole podcast on The Walking Dead.
Yeah, season 1 of The Walking Dead. We mentioned it in the podcast, too, that we just don't... How we feel about the side series.
If they're going to make other series, like, it needs to be something that they're doing something different with.
Right.
And not just same story, but with different characters.
Right. Yeah, we mentioned it, yeah. Okay, so let's see.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for listening, indeed. So with cancel culture and then political movies, should we do our top 3? We'll just do our top 3 because I think we'll all have. There's no in World Beyond.
What's the point?
Yeah, what is the point?
Is it just like a CW show where all the teens are sleeping with each other?
Degrassi, post-apocalypse.
Walking Dead, Gossip Girls.
Let's see. So cancel culture. So I've asked you like 5 times now. Should we do like the top 3 political movies?
Top 3?
Yeah, like each one of us give our top 3 because we'll have a guest, so it'll be a total of 9.
Okay.
Because I think we'll all have different ones.
I like that. We'll have to figure out what we define as political, I think.
Well, I think maybe that'll be part of the discussion, is arguing why it's political.
Okay, well, I mean, like a movie like Nixon is
clearly political.
Pretty clearly political. That was one of the ones I was thinking of.
So, what if?
But like, okay,
no, you're fine. No, you're fine. You're fine, Brody. You're fine.
No, you're good, man. This is why we do this, is so that we can have stuff that we can watch and interact with you guys, the fans.
Yes, indeed.
All three of you.
Friends, etc. Let's see. So, yeah, top 3. Yeah, favorite political movies. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm thinking.
Well, I was thinking about, there's the movie where John Travolta plays a lawyer.
Oh God, I love that.
The skeevy lawyer, right?
Oh, like, it's not really political though. I mean,
I'm saying it could be argued as political, right?
Because of the cover-up of Big Business.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, that'd be my
just
only...
because for the simple fact, like, legislative and the courts are part of our governmental system, one of the 3 branches of government.
Well, that's true. But...
So it can be considered political, right? But as well as, there's tons of parodies out there that stand in my mind too, like The Distinguished Gentleman, Eddie Murphy, from way back in the 90s. I love that movie. But yeah, I mean, so like I feel like we'll all 3. I love Bowfinger with Steve Martin, I think is what it is, right? Steve Martin. I think I love that one too. I think my top 3 favorites are probably all going to be parodies, but I'll have to take a look at an extensive list. Most movies could be arguably political, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was meaning, Thundercat, when I was saying we need to think of where's our line going to be drawn?
Right. Yeah. Well, but I think with revolutionary thinking, he won't have a problem coming up with very political movies. Because
right.
Revolutionary thinking, he reminds me of how I was in politics. He's got a message. It'll be about plugging his message.
Is Team America a political movie?
I think it could be argued.
It's fairly political. I mean, it's politically biased, at least.
So this is the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to put the parameters for what we can choose to be too strict, because I'd like to hear you argue why. Because
okay, I see what you're saying. So
even if something's making fun of
something is political,
yeah, may or may not be considered political. Like, if you have a good movie that is like, this is political in my mind,
right,
and I hated all these other ones, like, fuck it. Like, because if Team America, I would argue, or I could see someone arguing that it is a political movie because of how it basically makes fun of patriotism.
It's political
and
satire,
political
I mean,
culture.
it's
our political culture and atmosphere. So yeah, I mean, like, there's tons of movies, and then this also gives me an excuse to go watch. Well, this also gives me an excuse to go watch the Seth Rogen and was it Katherine Heigl?
Oh,
no,
Knocked Up.
No, there was a new movie. I know it was Seth Rogen.
Oh no, it's Charlize Theron.
And Charlize Theron, The Long Shot. Yeah, it gives me an excuse to go watch The Long Shot.
I've not seen that yet either. I want to see that. That's definitely on my to-watch.
Right. Yeah, see, and I'm going to have to go watch it now. That's my excuse. It's on favorite political movies. I can't know if it's my favorite if I haven't seen it.
See, I have a box set of 4 political dramas, and that's all I can think about right now in my head. It's Nixon and
okay, well, this schedule, American Pickle.
Sorry.
Oh, LOL. It just says American Pickle. Oh, LOL. But I think this schedule works right now because it gives us a solid 2 months to solidify these 2 slots for whatever. But what I wanted, that's right. One thing I wanted to do, though, at the beginning of this list, because we also had The Witches. We should do movie trivia.
That's actually not a bad idea.
So this is the thing. What I'm gonna.
He's going to tell you why it's a bad idea, Brady.
No, remind me about movie trivia when we get to the part where we're talking about YouTube videos.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Pee break number 2.
Go for it.
Take a shot.
Yeah, right. Let's see. Yeah, make it a drinking game. Every time he gets up to go pee, you got to take a shot. Oh, no, did I just... Okay. I just blew ashes all over my nice, clean desk. Because I'm smooth and savvy like that. Okay. But so some of the movies that were supposed to that came out this year that we want to review that we weren't on time to review, but that we will be covering in our Get to the Point review podcast that we haven't scheduled in yet would be, we have on here The Witches, the new Borat movie. We've also considered doing Utopia, since I was in Utopia. And we're also working with a couple of different segments that we're working into it. So right now we've got a Get to the Point review on celebrity tweets, which I really like. But I don't know. Maybe we're just not comedians, guys. Let's just be honest. Maybe we're not comedians. Okay. So let's see. So that's with Get to the Point review podcast. I think I'm happy with that. But I wanted to figure out The Witches, Borat, Utopia, where that will fit in our schedule. Because we need to get those done ASAP. Okay. So let's see. The New Year's Eve live podcast, episode 4. we're covering quite a few different quite a few different movies. Oh yeah, and we were going to close out the year, we're going to review a movie that was supposed to come out that didn't, but we're going to review it as though it did. Which can be interpreted a number of ways. Okay, I'll just leave it up to you guys on how you think that'll go. And that movie is Black Widow, because it was supposed to come out in March of 2020. Let's see. Let's move in the schedule.
That's one of your guys'.
She's got a bunch of those.
Yeah. So do I. That's why I got confused.
Okay, but we got to figure out where The Witches, Borat, and Utopia fit into here as well.
I need to watch all of those.
Uh-huh.
The hell's Utopia?
That's the show that I was in. It's got John Cusack in it.
And, that's coming out soon.
Rainn Wilson. It's already been out. It's been out for a while. Yep.
I know I saw previews for that.
So let's see. Witches. Okay, so hold on. With this cancel culture one, I think that's when we should work in Borat.
I gotta watch Borat
because it's
now.
politically charged.
Yeah.
The second one, subsequent movie film.
Things to do for our job.
Subsequent movie film. So, I used to dislike the first Borat movie because I was under the impression that it was like just supposed to be some parody. You realize that he goes
just
under
like shock humor stuff, and that's what it looks like. Yeah,
but you realize he goes undercover as a character.
Yeah, he pretends to be that guy and like pretends to do like real.
Yeah, but so for Borat 2, he had to pretend not to be Borat because Borat, the character, is too well recognized in the U.S.
So okay.
So when you watch a bunch of different people.
Oh, okay.
This is the thing. It's all depends on the lens you view it from.
Well, Thundercat.
Because I used to think, yes, the new Borat movie it's amazing.
That means I'll have to watch it. I guess.
Now they stretch the whole Rudy Giuliani thing at the end. Spoilers.
Well, of course.
But they stretch that whole Rudy Giuliani thing to be something that it's not. However, it's fucking fantastic. Like, all of the basically political pranks that he's pulling during the movie undercover are, you can tell they're very real and raw reactions. And he exposes America for what it is so beautifully. It's just great. So, it all depends, because I still am not a huge fan of the original Borat movie. Okay, but Borat 2...
but I can skip the first Borat movie and just watch the second one?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, yeah. And that's highly recommended. The actress that plays his daughter is fucking amazing. Because you would never guess... I mean, she plays the character so well. I'm going to need to rewatch it, obviously, for the Get to the Point review podcast. But specifically watching her, I want to see if there's any moments where she breaks character. Because I don't think there are. As far as I'm concerned, it looked to me like she has more dedication to her character and what she's doing, what she's playing in the movie, than even Sacha Baron Cohen, which is just amazing to see anyway. Which is really saying something, yeah.
Love him or hate him, he does put 100% into every single
he does.
He does.
But he did an interview type show a couple years back. I want to say it was called Welcome to America or Yes to America.
He pretended to be Bruno or something? Is that what you're talking about?
No, that was a movie called Bruno.
Oh, okay.
No, he did a show where he went undercover and he tried to get interviews with Sarah Palin and all of these other people, exposing the our celebrities and political figures for the pieces of shit that they are, essentially. Does a similar thing on Adult Swim. Nice. But so with that, when I learned about that series, then when Borat subsequent movie film came out, I knew that it was just going to be more of that, which is an in-depth study / parody of American culture, how it really is. It's fucking crazy. It's both funny because we aren't like the people in the movie, and cringe at the same time because we know there are so many people like the people in the fucking movie. Yeah, This Is America or something like that. Great show too, exactly. And that's the one that comes to mind. When Borat subsequent movie film was coming out, I was thinking of that show and was this is going to be epic, especially if it's really undercover. and he is. He goes, he goes as undercover as he can to not be recognized as Borat, to be playing jokes on, pranks that expose people. It's fucking great. You already know. Anyway, we're gonna fucking watch it. You're gonna like it, and it's gonna be for the podcast. And I'll let Ariel know ASAP. So, all right. So we figured out where Borat's going. Where is the Witches going? Let's take a look really quickly.
Is that the new one or the old one?
The new one. The new one, obviously. Okay, remember, as the primary film. Remember for
as the opening film we do before we do this. Okay.
Exactly, as well as a review over it. Let's take a look. I want to see. I'm curious now. Is Angelica Houston Canadian? Damn it, she's an American actress. Fuck. If she was Canadian, I'd be like, perfect. The Witches is going to be the one we do on Amish
what
Patel.
About the new Witches? Is there a Canadian on that cast?
She doesn't play the new one in the Witches? Oh, no, she doesn't. Wow, fucking hell. Okay. Witches. The new 2020 film. I'll look it up real quick.
You're gonna look it up. Okay.
Yeah, I'll look it up. PG. It's already a bad sign. Oh, and it got 5.3 out of 10. That's not good. Oh no.
Yeah, I heard it was bad.
Oh no. And they literally just name it Hero Boy. Octavia Spencer.
She's not Canadian.
No.
Anne Hathaway is not Canadian.
So no. This is as American as this fucking movie could get.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man.
Oh man.
Oh shoot! Thundercat's been going off. Oh no, she hasn't. Never mind.
It's Anne Hathaway in the new one. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, we knew that, but we just were wondering if one of the other witches was Canadian.
Right. Yeah. Or the grandmother or anybody.
I couldn't remember who the other witches were, so.
So let's see.
It's kind of like who are the characters in the new.
I mean, we could always squeeze it into the New Year at the beginning of the New Year's episode as a disastrous remake, right? Since we're doing disaster films, right?
We already got
we have 5 apiece. We have 5 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, we can add that in real quick. Yeah, we can do that.
Right. I mean, and it's supposed to be more than an hour
right?
because it's the live podcast. Yeah. Well, that's the whole point. We have to watch it anyway for
maybe
whatever episode we were gonna do.
Maybe we all watch it before we. Maybe I don't know. I guess I was just thinking that we could come over earlier New Year's and all 4 of us watch the movie or whatever, and then.
I just don't know how all 4 of us watching the movie is really going to work.
Okay, fair
Me
enough.
and you watching the movie works fine.
That's fine, yeah.
We know we'll sit and watch the movie. Let's see. Okay. So, yeah, do we want to add the Witches to the New Year's Eve one because it was a disastrous remake?
Yeah, sure.
As our primary, right? So we can get it out of the way?
Let's do it.
Right, we'll get it out of the way.
Talking about disaster, you know what? Oh, I'm talking about cats already on that one, aren't I? I'm pretty sure I am. I haven't written down.
Yeah.
And I have watched that recently. And I don't think it deserves its 2.8 score, but it's bad. It's bad.
Right.
Not 2.8 out of 10 bad, but definitely at
Oh gosh, it had 2.8 out of 10.
I think a lot of people never really got over the horrible CGI
from the early trailer.
Well, even the touched up CGI is a little weird. I think it's weird that they filmed so much in front of a green screen and the sizing was not consistent. So there are some scenes where the cats are cat size, right? And then there are other scenes where they're next to beds that are clearly built for cats. And it's just really weird. It's really fucking weird, but
crazy. Okay, so we got schedule done. Let me see. Let's get to the right page for this. For the rest of this. Okay. This is schedule. Research for New Year's episode. Marketing the live stream. Be a Facebook event. Tweet graphic. Discord stuff. Yep. DMing for theater. Okay, so let's see. I want to see if I can find notes that I had on DMing for theater. Because what do you think about
I'm gonna look at the one you sent me again so I can figure out. I know nothing about DMing or writing as a thing, so I'll have to look at yours again so I can try to figure out how to write mine.
Right. Well, maybe you should play some D&D.
Okay, well, I mean, the opportunity hasn't presented itself.
Well, I'll help you out.
Okay.
ASAP. Let's see.
That'll be our next live stream. Just kidding.
Yeah, right. Let's see. We need Academy, Patreon.
What?
I'm trying to think of which notebook it is that this would be in.
It was like a year ago we talked about it. Not quite, but it was like last January.
DMing for theater. I think it's going to be in. One of these.
Purple seems right.
I think it's going to be in one of these.
What is it?
Critical Role spinoff. As in what? I mean, I know I've got the manuals saved on on Google Drive. Hold on.
Yeah, because you sent it to me.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise me if it's just right here in the the notebook we had out.
Yeah.
Okay. They do Critical Role spinoff. They do D&D streams. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's one thing that you could do. There you go. Go watch. That's part of your homework for this DMing for theater.
I gotta sit there and stream of people playing games.
Yep. It's highly entertaining though. It's the.
Can I just like watch those 2 episodes of Community over and over again?
No.
Dang it.
On YouTube, it's Acquisitions Incorporated. That's what you gotta look up. Acquisitions Incorporated. Yep.
I hate things we do for our job.
Yeah, Critical Role if he wants to go and watch him on Twitch. If he wants to see people playing the game and can like slowly learn the mechanics with a lot of jokes in there, you can watch Acquisitions Incorporated.
I'm writing it down.
Okay. Okay, so let's see. What we had here was we had fairy tales and Shakespeare stories right now. Or watch Harmon Quest, which is partially animated and a lot more entertaining than Crit Roll, in my opinion. Right? Yeah, and that's why rather than Crit Roll, I suggested Acquisitions Incorporated. I find Acquisitions Incorporated highly entertaining.
Okay.
I think they're very funny guys.
Funny guy.
They're funny guys. They're funny guys. Okay, so what we had estimated this is. Our estimations were venue cost $120, refreshments $50, decor $30.
Right, we're only gonna do it like less than 200 or right around 200, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought. I think that's what
Yeah,
I
and
think
we were talking about doing maximum 5 tables with 6 seats apiece, $15 a seat, but that's including a costume cash prize like gift card.
Yeah.
Giveaway, you know what I mean? Like that's the giving away a prize for best costume as well. And we were looking at. We still have to make the DM manuals.
Yeah.
We were talking about scouting restaurants, backup venues, and talking primarily though to Donuts and Dragons. We should see if they're still in business.
Yeah, hopefully they're still open.
Will you look it up on your phone?
Yeah.
See if they're still in business.
Because that was the whole point of that restaurant was like being like a tabletop /
Yeah, and the thing is that because we're sort of adapting our own stories to dungeon to D&D, like so long as because
it's still open.
The difficulty in my mind is finding people with the same dedication as Josh and I to both remain in character as well as host a game. You know what I mean?
Without having to pay them.
I have it written down as part of the thing to be able to pay them a little bit.
Oh.
$20 or $25.
I don't know how much money we're gonna have left over after.
$20 or $25 a piece. Like I said, that's what all this coming in, but this is like with the total of. So let's see, 75. So yeah, we had it at around $300 for the initial setup cost.
Right. But if we charge 30 people $15 a piece, it's what, $450.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's
and then
$150
we pay
profit.
And we pay $25 to
That's
6
included
people.
in here. That's included in the 300.
I know. I'm just trying to think of how much would we have left over then? Is that included in there too?
We'd have 150 left over.
After paying out people $25 each?
Yeah. For just 3 DMs because I DM one, you DM one, and we'd have most likely Catherine DM one.
Right.
Then we
so that's the thing they don't tell you when you start doing your own stuff is you are the last person to get paid.
You don't get paid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You don't get paid.
Like if you get paid, it's a miracle.
That's the biggest challenge of successful D&D campaigns, whether they are streamed or not. Scheduling and focus. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, for sure. Well,
and ours are going to have to be relatively short, too, if we want to try to do 6.
And, like, I found in... we run a... if you put in ! Discord, it should bring up our Discord link, which is for the Gamermen and Scholars stream team. And you'll find that I found just in experience throughout time, I've been playing D&D since I was like 10. It's hard to find a mix of people to play that are of one mind on how it should be played as well. Mm-hmm. And I mean that in the sense of people who want to take the story and how they progress through it seriously as opposed to people who want to fuck off. And it's like, you got the one person who decides they're always going to rob everybody, even if it means fucking up the story just because they think it's funny. You know what I mean? Like those type of people that like to play as opposed to... And I can play with either group. You know what I mean? That's the thing. I can get super serious about my character and where I'm like trying to only make decisions they would make. And I can also play with the best of the, people who want to roll one,
Right. Well, that might be a way to get Cody Powell back into the fray is if we do a D&D type tabletop thing.
Yeah, what is he doing nowadays? You don't know?
I don't think I've had a conversation with him in over a year. I mean, I look at his Facebook stuff, and I mean, he's liberal.
As most of us are that work in the arts. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But I don't. As far as like personal stuff, I don't really know too much about it.
Let's see if Donuts and Dragons has a website. My last group was a nice blend of serious and goofball players, right? And it's not often that you find serious players that are okay playing with goofball players,
right? And
that's always a unique find. It's like, oh well, I know who I want to keep for playing D&D with me forever. It's probably doing karaoke right now.
You never did karaoke with me. I used to karaoke all. It was like an entire year straight where Josh Summers and myself karaoke'd every Monday night for like a year straight. I lost my voice for like 3 months. At the end of that, it's the only reason we stopped going.
Okay, let's see.
And I mean, like lost it as in like I could barely talk above a whisper. It was really weird.
Okay, they've got a Facebook. They've got a takeout delivery.
It's probably like through DoorDash or something.
Right. East 82nd Street. Interesting. I was really hoping they'd have like a website. Let's see. Donut Shop board game.
Okay.
That's all it says.
That's succinct.
Events? No upcoming events.
Well,
that's good for us.
Oh.
Hold on. Next Gen. Okay. Thursday, January 16th.
That was the last event. That said past events.
Shh. I'm trying to help us out here. All right, let's see. About.
Well, I mean, things aren't open up again yet for stuff like that. So, I mean,
Are they? They're not?
No, I mean, not in Indianapolis. I mean, you can still go out and eat, but they're not going to do like a big event thing like that.
Okay, then we need to come up with a place that can. That's what we're trying to plan here. Are you on the same to-do list I am?
I am on the exact same to-do list. I guess all I'm saying is, we should think more about getting this stuff written right now and trying to find...
Okay.
I got you.
All right.
I got you.
Okay.
All I'm saying is I was looking for... and we can scout things for when stuff opens back up, but, I mean, at least for another month, things aren't going to open up because of COVID. I mean... They're definitely not going to have events like that.
I just see it as...
There hasn't been an event in Indianapolis in, since March.
I'm just kind of like, fuck a COVID. Let's open a speakeasy. Start hosting events now.
Mm-hmm. Well, we could do that if people weren't screwing around with it for the last 9 months.
Okay, so what do you want to do on this part of the to-do list?
That's a good question. Do we have written out the different plays? Because our first one was going to be Shakespeare themed, right?
I think so.
And I know you did Romeo and Juliet.
I was working on Romeo and Juliet.
Well, you got a lot of it done, yeah. But or at least it looked like a lot to me. Maybe it's not.
It's just like the first act.
I know I know the one I was thinking of doing first was Much Ado About Nothing, I think. But, and we did all comedies, right? We didn't do dramas.
Mix? Hold on, I'm going to show it. We have Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, Macbeth,
Okay,
King Lear, and Much About Nothing. Much Ado About Nothing.
Okay, so we have 5.
All right, really quickly, I've got to search for this. Gosh. So many freaking things.
You do have a lot of things in your Google Docs.
I do. I have a lot of documents.
Ugh. Starting to regret that KFC.
Oh, there it is. DMing for Theater, Romeo and Juliet. Jeez Louise. I expected like some fancy,
a lot of writing,
some fancy thing, but not for the front page apparently. Okay, so really quickly, we're gonna move this around.
Oh.
It's winter, so all the parks will be empty. Perfect place to do all that. Yeah, we just have to be willing to light the pavilion on fire to keep everybody warm.
You're right. Like, are you kidding me? We just play outside in 20-degree weather.
Okay, hold on. We want to do this, though. We're going to change webcam size here again. Again? Yes, again. Pull it over.
It's crazy. Did you say okay? What do you say?
It's just the star eyes. And let's see here. And we are going to bring up display capture so you guys can take a look at this DM manual we've been putting together for Romeo and Juliet here. And we'll also zoom in so it makes it just a little easier. Oh, well, that's too much. Gosh, wow. Now you guys can see the freaking thing. Okay. Romeo and Juliet DM manual. This is what we're starting to put together from Fourth Wall. I should put Fourth Wall Press for fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Use Dungeons and Dragons 5e for a basis for character models and game mechanics. Act 1, A Conflict of Old. Setting, Verona, Italy, summer of 1601 AD with a nice little, what is that, fresca or oil painting? Pastel.
2 households. The like and dignity and fair. Oh.
Not quite. The journey begins. Lord Montague has hired you, a group of sturdy adventurers, to protect his foolhardy and quick-to-love son, Romeo. He has both enraged a local rival family, the Capulets, by crashing a party the night before, as well as having married the sole daughter of the head of that family. He asks that you quickly locate him on the streets of Verona and bring him back to the compound so he may face his father's judgment. You still stand before Lord Montague. Then I've got info on Lord Montague, his
I like your character
DC,
pictures. I think I told you
HP.
that before.
Yeah, this one wasn't bad, right? He uses a two-handed sword. He's got skill called Call the Guards, where 4 armed guards arrive. This is their HP, DC, and attack. Background: the head of the Montague family, the patriarch, although not as wealthy as the Capulets, they are respected for their trade and merchant stalls, a fleet of ships with hard men. Insert penis joke. Let's see. Upon questioning / investigating, and then, this is a basic DM guy. Upon inquiring about their pay, what you should do if they haggle. Part leaves without asking Lord Montague for a lead about Romeo, or at least without doing some sort of investigation. They'll this. Yeah, it's all DM information. Then I've got stuff about the marketplace as well. Onto the docks. This can start one of 3 ways. They arrive before Tybalt or Romeo arrive with Benvolio.
Benvolio.
Yeah, Benvolio. It's Benvolio. There's no I. I don't think there's an I there.
There's definitely supposed to be an I.
Not in this, where I wrote
Not
this.
in your story.
Not in my story. But Crucio drinking. Critical success. And that's if they achieve critical success in haggling. And so you've got conditions for each one of the things here as they meet it. And so if the adventurers arrive early, you can start with this. If the adventurers arrive on time. So I even have script written out here between Tybalt and Romeo. And I'm pretty sure this is pulled from the play.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's directly from the play.
At least the first line was. I didn't read the whole thing, but the first line was.
And if the adventurers arrive late, etc., then the battle on the pier. We have the allies and their whole thing, their skills and such. The enemies and their stats. Then post-battle, we've got an apothecary and surgeon. Back to Lord Montague, and I'm pretty sure. Oh, I thought that was all I had. Okay, when you have the treasury to get paid. Yeah, okay. So here we go. Act 2 as exiled lover, and so now this is pretty much told in 2 acts with a grand finale, right? And so naturally, if you guys know the story of Romeo and Juliet,
Never heard of him.
You can kind of guess where it goes from here. Romeo having, started. No, having started another fight, being part of another fight in the street. Yeah, he has to leave town, and then it'll be up to you to.
Is that Reno?
To move. No, this is this is phenolphthalein. Hey, what's up? This is a common viewer of mine, regular.
Awesome. Welcome.
Probably in here to troll on us. Yeah, the cool cats. That's right. We're sitting here, Tube Talk Tuesday. We're sitting here working through stuff. We're working on basically DM manuals for a fundraising, fundraisers that we're coming up with for the Fourth Wall players. And we've got the first 8 pages of a DM manual for Romeo and Juliet.
And I have no idea if that's a lot or not that much.
8 pages for 1 act, I would say, is not a lot.
Okay.
Right? A viewer, a regular. I come here once every 3 months, but I recognize the name. That's the important thing.
That's what's important.
But so we've got the one from Romeo and Juliet. On Much Ado About Nothing, you'd have to scroll way up in our chat conversation to find the notes that I'd sent you about how that one should go. Because we were talking about it with hold on, I might have written it down somewhere in here actually. Let's take a look. No.
I remember us talking about
there.
it. And it might have even been. You sure it wasn't the word tag, Steven? God, that was forever ago.
I feel that acceptance. Let's see here. Fundraising as a dungeon master. We've got those written down. Let's see. I know that I had some scratch written down for some of these.
Well, because you were talking about doing the party scene and having
right where exactly
where each player had a different objective to pull off a heist or something. No, it wasn't a heist,
but sort of.
Yeah, it was set up like a heist.
It was set up like a heist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I remember that much, but I also I'm pretty sure I had specific notes about it somewhere in here. There's the actor management system thing. Okay, so here's the Romeo and Juliet thing that I was putting together. For Hamlet. Oh, yeah. So I had put together a outline for Hamlet and started to put one together for Macbeth as well.
Okay.
But so like for Hamlet, here we've got Claudius, brother of the king, married to Queen Gertrude, right? Hamlet's pissed, believe Claudius plotted to murder the king and seize power. You've got a ghost investigation stage where they're like, literally going around the castle to search for ghosts. Ghost faces. That's us plugging one of our YouTube series, Phasmophobia Ghost Facers, where we made a parody of a parody. No, I haven't edited one of those in a while because the one that I put a bunch of work into, the most recent episode that I had released on it, was the one I got the least reaction from all of from all the team members who were like literally in the video, and I'm like, oh come on guys, you don't appreciate the up in quality? I filmed myself and put it in the video. Okay, but so then we've got the play. Claudius splits, so then the party will have to search for Claudius, right? Mm-hmm. Then meanwhile, Hamlet kills Polonius, so like that'll be like a story note, right? We don't see that, but then we have Claudius and Laertes versus Hamlet, and so then you've got that whole drama that there's a lot of different moving parts for that specific scene. You know what I mean? Because you've got the poisoned wine, you have the poison tipped dagger, and so there's a lot of different. And what's kind of
poison.
Well, what's cool about this, though, too, is that they can change the course of the way that the play is supposed to go based on the role that they play in the story. And I think that's what's supposed to be fun and cool about these as well. Now, let's see. So that was Hamlet. I guess those are just the ideas I had written down for it. I can't believe I can't find the notes we had on Much Ado About Nothing. And it has to be because it's just in your messages.
Yeah, it's probably my messages.
Or you know what? I wrote down this. I handed the page to you.
Oh, well, then
you've
I
got
have
a
it
physical page somewhere. Yeah, that's
I can find it when I get home. I mean,
oh yeah, and so
no, I can't find anything in my house, but Catherine knows where everything is in the mess. So
this is one of my favorite parts of writing this, and one part that I'm still proud of myself for is that I wrote what Lord Montague is supposed to say. I wrote it back, and I am Big Pentameter. Yeah, I feel very geeky about that. But yeah.
Man.
Yeah, like all of his stuff that he says.
Yeah.
All right.
It's kind of intimidating, really.
It's kind of intimidating.
I've never written one of these things before, and now I gotta do it in freaking...
Set the bar pretty high there. Maybe you should let me start all of our DM manuals. Okay, so let's see. Laertes versus Hamlet. And then... Okay, Macbeth. Okay, one thing that I remember is I had to... Right. Okay, so I started it out with Macduff hires some adventurers to protect his family in town. And then there's a fight where it's a retreat to Macduff's castle. I don't know why I have it as Macduff as the hero, but I do.
Well, Macduff kind of is the hero in Macbeth.
Well, Macduff is
like the villain.
I think it's because later when we finally meet the folks, oh god damn it! Wait, the wisecrack. God damn it! No, what am I doing?
I don't know. What are you doing?
Shush! Don't question me. No, let's see. Thug notes. Let's watch the thug notes over Macbeth.
Okay.
Boom. And for this, I am going to pause, or at least silence that.
Yeah.
Oh,
we got a follow?
Thundercat 1986 now following. Thank you very much. Very much appreciate the follow. I thought you had followed earlier.
Yeah, I thought maybe her partner
Did you have
did.
to follow again? Oh, that was Gangalash.
Oh,
That
okay.
was Gangalash.
You meant
That's
today.
What,
Okay.
That's what it was. That's what it was. Okay. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Let's go ahead and check out the Thug Notes on Macbeth by Wisecrack, one of my favorite channels. And this is my
What's this say?
it's hard to say.
I found the button.
I think it's almost my favorite. Oh, you found the button. Oh, it just took a minute. Yeah, well, and I think it was within just like the past couple of months, Twitch changed its interface as well. It was pretty frustrating where now you have to click on their profile to go to their live stream. When you click on their channel, it doesn't just automatically take you there for some reason. Weird. It's kind of silly. But here we go. I'm going to go ahead and mute this so that we don't get the double feedback.
What's the word, son? This week on Thug Notes, we getting regicidal with Macbeth by William Shakespeare. After making a bitch out of their enemies, the king's fresh generals, Macbeth and Banquo, hit up 3 witches who start laying down some cold prophecy. Them witches say one day, Macbeth gonna rock the crown as king, and Banquo's blood also gonna be rolling on royal doves one day. Macbeth all geeked up about being big baller, but his woman, Lady Macbeth, be all like, why you wasting time, playboy? You best get off your lazy white ass and take that shit. So Lady McBee convinces McBeezy to shank King Duncan while he catches some Z's and lay the blame on his 2 chamberlains while they passed out from sipping too much drink. Macbeth straight tripping after doing the deed. So his woman steps up and puts the bloody knife on the chamberlains as evidence. When some fool Macduff finds the king's dead body, Macbeth murks them chamberlains so they can't dodge the heat. All paranoid that somebody gonna ice them too, Duncan's sons, Malcolm and Donald Bain, roll out of town. With them punks out of the way, Macbeth becomes the king. Since the witches done said Banquo's blood gonna be king's one day, Macbeth starts bugging and sends a couple of hoods to gat Banquo and his boy Fleance. Banquo gets wrecked, but Fleance ducks these fools. Later, Macbeth hollers at the 3 witches.
Okay, so I think that's where I had it written down, where basically our adventurers come into the story.
Okay.
Macduff hires someone to protect his family from those thugs, right there. The ones that...
I just don't remember how... I'd have to read it again, but the way I remember it is it was like a surprise, and I guess it doesn't matter, we're altering it anyway, but it was like a surprise when his family died. Like, he wasn't expecting it.
Right. Okay, let's continue to watch, because I think there's because Macbeth's not happy with just them dying, right?
Who lay down some new prophecy. First, an armored head tell him he best watch his boy Macduff. Then, a bloody child tell him that nobody born of a woman can touch him. Last, a crowned child holding a tree tells him he's solid till great Burnham trees roll up to the castle. Word comes that Macduff done roll out to England, so Macbeth gets ice cold and kills his whole family. Damn. Later, Macbeth learns that his woman done iced herself because she couldn't get the blood off her hands. At first...
Right, and this is where I was talking about taking liberties with it, because you know, the whole point is where they can change the outcome.
Right. Okay.
So after the first attack, because that's the second attack where he has him murder his whole family.
Yeah.
It's after the first attack where he's killing this part here.
That starts bugging
Yeah.
and sends a couple of hoods to gat Banquo and his boy Fleance. Banquo gets wrecked, but Fleance ducks these fools. Later, Macbeth hollers at the 3 witches who lay down some new prophecy. First, an armored head tell him he best watch his boy Macduff. Then, a bloody child tell him that nobody born of a woman can touch him. Last, a crowned child holding a tree tells him he's solid till great Burnham trees roll up to the castle. Word comes that Macduff done roll out to England, so Macbeth gets ice cold and kills his whole family. Damn. Later, Macbeth learns that his woman done iced herself because she couldn't get the blood off her hands. At first, Macbeth ain't sweating the fact that Malcolm's returned and got a swole army creeping up to the castle. But then he realizes the shields the army using are from the same wood the witches warned him about. Oh,
Okay, so that's why I had... so I just needed a little reminder on the story.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why I have Macduff hires... let's see, we'll go ahead and put this back to... boom, hip-hop. Okay, put that where it's that. All right, so that's why I had this. So Macduff hires some families, some adventurers to protect his family after his confidants are attacked, right?
Right.
And then so then the family attack, our adventurers have an opportunity to prevent, and then they escape with the family that they, save, hopefully, whatever family members they saved, to Macduff's castle where he was at, in England. Okay, and when they're there, it's then turned into parts of the quest to get the heartwood tree wood shields, which can be achieved manual labor, making a deal with local lumberjacks, that kind of shit, right? But it creates more problems for them to solve before they can march on Macbeth's castle. And then, of course, naturally, you have this large showdown with Macbeth and all of his guards.
Right.
And your job is to both kill Macbeth and protect
the family.
And protect Macduff, because he's the one on the battlefield. His family. He's not going to have his
not
daughter out there. Yeah, not the fam. Just Macduff.
I ever tell you about when I went to go see a show? There's an original script written by a professor at IWU, Indiana Wesleyan.
Okay.
And it was about Chinese immigrants, towards the end of the gold rush, where basically everybody, people stopped finding gold and crap, and so they open up a restaurant. It's a musical. It's really weird. They open up a restaurant and start giving away fortune cookies, and I guess the whole point is the white people thought they were actual fortunes, they were magic.
Okay.
And so they started getting really mad about them when they weren't coming true. And there's a real the beginning of it made me the very beginning, the opening line made me go this is gonna be cringy the entire time. It wasn't. It got a little bit better. It was still kind of but
right.
At the very beginning, one of the guys playing one of the the Chinese grandfather or whatever of the family said something about family, and I was like, oh god. See,
this is one of those.
Please no.
This is one of those examples where I get on my soapbox about writers need to understand their craft.
Yeah.
Because to me, this sounds like a really excellent story or parable that should have been told in novel form.
Right.
Because
they just
plays are about showcasing the dialogue, which is why there's laws about not being able to change a word of the written dialogue in plays. And so
those guys are assholes.
Yes, but there's the reason why it's there for the first place. But they're there for a reason. If the whole medium is focused on the dialogue, then they want to preserve that. And then from everything else, it's the vision to how it's acted and stage design, presentation. But so with and then naturally movies are a visual medium, so it's and then novels are for internal struggles, parables, stuff like that. And you could have written it in a way that made it comedic, that the grandfather, where he always says family, you know what I mean, family, you know what I mean, you could make that comical the same way. I know that I had a friend who he's from the Philippines, and his grandfather always would mix up P and F.
Obviously stuff like that happens.
He'd say stuff like, you're not allowed to go to the fati, you know what I mean? And that was just hilarious because he mixes up P and F, you know what I mean? Right. It's not literally making fun of him. Yeah. But, yeah.
Like I said, it was just cringy because, it's obviously a white person in makeup.
Right. Yes, yeah, right. So it becomes...
it's literal, Asian face.
Yeah, right. So it becomes, oh, God... Who was it that played the Asian?
Mickey Rooney?
Mickey Rooney. That's right. Yeah, Mickey Rooney.
Hi, kids. I'm Mickey Rooney. Come have Mickey Rooney's Crazy Pills. You should watch...
He has not aged well, man.
No.
Jesus. He's such a crotchety old man.
Well, he's dead now, but...
Well, the last time last interviews I had seen with him, he was just...
he was in his 90s. I think he had every right to be.
He hated everything about everything in the world today.
Yeah.
Like, it was so funny because they're like, the interview I'm thinking of specifically, he's being interviewed about an episode of The Twilight Zone that naturally, because it was like 50 fucking years ago, he doesn't actually remember filming it. Like,
Right, why would he?
But like, it was a episode of The Twilight Zone that at the time had just been like re-ranked as a #1 episode on television of all time because of streaming services. Like, The Twilight Zone went to Netflix or something, and then everyone went and watched Twilight Zone, but everyone watched this episode specifically.
Yeah.
And it was a Mickey Rooney episode. And so this, like, college-age kid is sitting and interviewing Mickey Rooney about the episode and, like, trying to ask him stuff about behind the scenes. And the whole time Mickey Rooney's like, I don't remember. Kids don't care about this stuff. They only care about sexy things. That's what he keeps saying. No one cares. No one's watching any of this. Everyone, people only care about sexy things. That's what Mickey Rooney just kept saying. And the interviewer was like, no, this is like, this is what people are watching right now. Like, people are loving this episode and they want to know more about it. Like, that's why we're interviewing you. And he's like, no, kids today only care about sexy things.
You should watch.
What's up, Ghost?
You should watch Midsummer Night's Dream
with Keanu Reeves.
No, with Mickey Rooney as Puck, and he's like 12 in that movie. He is so batshit insane in his role.
At that age, even.
Well, it's not like it's because of the way they directed him, but it is a lot more in line with the Family Guy perception of him when he's like, crazy bills, like that's kind of how he plays Puck. Like, just like random every once in a while,
Right.
It's so weird.
So what you up to today, Ghost? What have you been playing today? As you can see by the title and in the Discord notifications,
we're working kind of.
Yeah. It's Tube Talk Tuesday. We're getting through some stuffs this year. Right now, we're working on further outlines. Yeah. Right now, we're working on further outlines for War Simulations. Nice. That's not on War Thunder though, right? That's on a different game, right? I saw you playing earlier. We are currently working on fleshing out, basically, Dungeon Master manuals for upcoming fundraiser we're doing for the Fourth Wall players. Simulation can be anything to do with war, with realism. So you are playing War Thunder. Okay. I could have sworn there was another game though that you were playing that I recognized as, or I guess I didn't recognize, but that sounded something to do with war that you had been playing recently. I noticed these things, man. Macbeth classic. That's right. Yeah. And so hey, what's Ginger Leprechaun, brother? It's been a long time. We're working on creating again. We're working on creating Dungeon Master manuals. Yes, Men of War. That's what it was. Men of War. We're working on making Dungeon Master manuals for a fundraiser that we're working on for Fourth Wall Players, which is Josh's company. Josh will be back. He's on a pee break. But we're doing it now. Josh's theater company is an acting troupe. So specifically, we're taking famous plays for this first time around, Shakespearean plays, and creating Dungeon Master D&D type experiences from those. And the Dungeon Masters will be in character as well as dressed in cosplay, hosting this event where there will be as well as like food and stuff like that. So we're fleshing through these stories through these plays to create Dungeon Master manuals.
Quick sidebar.
So
has nothing to do with. I'm sorry, finisher.
But yeah, so we've got this one right here is for Romeo and Juliet, and it's not finished, but we've got the start of it here. Act 1 is a conflict of old, right, bringing us through up into the point where basically the big battle between Mercutio and Romeo and everybody else goes down in Tybalt, with the different features of the city of, I think, Verona. Is that where we're
Yep,
at? Yeah.
Fair Verona.
Yep, in Fair Verona. That's right. So we've got a really good start of one of our DM manuals going. Act 1 out of a 2-act DM manual, just as a start. Then we're fleshing through Macbeth. He is a salty man, isn't he? We're working through Macbeth and Hamlet, and Josh has been assigned to Much Ado About Nothing, which will be a fun one. I definitely want to help you with that one. Like, we'll work on creating it together. But yeah, so we were just refreshing our memories on Macbeth, and so what we've got is Macduff hires some adventurers to protect his family in town.
Tybalt has problems.
Tybalt does have problems.
He does have some
particularly a dying issue, right?
Well, he does die, yeah. But I think they meant anger management issues. I think, it could be argued that Tybalt has a thing for Juliet. Maybe that's why he's so upset. I don't know how accurate that is or not, but I'm sure someone's arguing that somewhere.
And Miss Rena Lou, that emoji didn't come through on our end.
And Rena, you're...
What?
What I was going to tell you when I came back is she was not going to be very happy with what she saw if she goes into your bathroom when she comes back.
Why?
I didn't do anything, but somebody had an issue with her.
They pooped and left poop in the seat?
Well, it wasn't quite in the seat. It was like stuck in the bowl.
Uh-huh.
And there was like looked like some blood in the bottom of the water, so...
Oh boy, sounds like typical Angelo.
What'd she say?
When my class was debating if I was the only one with that opinion. So he does. Yeah, no, it was... No, he does. He has major anger issues.
Yeah.
Well, she says, LOL, laughing my ass off. Well, I'm not coming home. Yeah.
I mean...
We'll fix it before you get here.
I thought you said you were going to be here to make my coffee, Sharina.
Yeah, what's up with that? All these broken promises. So right now, with Macbeth, we've got Macduff hires some adventurers to protect his family in town after an attack. All right, so then we have the attack on the estate.
Oh, what she said? She's not. She's... Nope, not now.
Nope, not now.
I mean, it's not that bad. It's only like one spot, but it's just really noticeable.
Oh, sweet. Nice. An event on War Thunder. Very cool. Coffee-zilla. Huh? Coffee-zilla. All right. Let's see. So then they have the fight, and then they retreat to Macduff's castle. When they're going to be finding, acquiring. I'm spelling it wrong.
It doesn't matter. You can read it. It's fine.
Yeah. Acquiring proper wood. Viagra joke. Okay. Acquiring proper wood. Soldiers.
Sponsored by Mickey Rooney.
And there's probably other things that go on there. And then we've got the big battle. Ta-da! / closure. Interesting. Romeo and Juliet summarized in one word: death. It's pretty much it, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, that's pretty much all of Shakespeare's tragedies.
That's kind of the point of all of the tragedies. Isn't it?
Romeo and Juliet actually has a pretty low death count compared to his other tragedies. Like, I think only like 3 people survive in Hamlet, and they're like extras.
Death and shit. Don't forget the shit. I won't forget the shit. Love, drugs, and death. Oh, death. But yeah, so we're... Okay, so yeah, so we still got to work on... Now, wasn't Catherine going to take on one of these specifically?
What were we had Hamlet, Macbeth, Romeo and Juliet, which you did.
Right.
Much Ado, which I'm doing. And what was the last one?
We got to find it again. Aha, here it is. It's Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, Much Ado About Nothing, Macbeth, and King Lear.
Oh no, I don't think she was. Maybe Much Ado. Maybe that's not what I
help
could
you with. I have J there for Josh.
Well, then we didn't give her one. Then. Because I don't think she knows anything about these other ones.
I know that when we showed her this, she was it inspired her and she wanted to help, right?
I'll have to talk to her about it, see if she remembers. Because maybe she mentioned a different one, and we were like, okay, do that, and we just didn't write it down.
Oh, yeah, maybe so. Okay.
I just don't, I mean, I love my wife, but until she actually writes something, I try not to hold her to it.
Did he steal an entire theater, or did he have one made, or did he have one, commissioned, or whatever? Did he buy one?
Are you
talking about the Elizabethan theater? Listeners.
Did
you know that Shakespeare stole an entire theater? Okay, so
it goes like a heist, like Now You See Me? Is that what you mean by stealing one?
Entertainment / decor, marketing, partnering, restaurant. Okay, so now this first event is going to be basically Shakespearean stories. What's difficult and interesting about this, both difficult and interesting about this fundraiser, is that we have it planned for themes. So right now we're kind of shooting for 3 different ones. This first one is going to be Shakespearean stories.
Yeah.
Then we're going to be doing one that's working through fairy tales like Beauty and the Beast, Frankenstein, Hansel and Gretel, The Gingerbread Man, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Robin Hood, etc. But then we have one that this list is actually blank: social / cultural issues stories. Those were supposed to be things that were supposed to be like modern day relevance. I feel like surviving a viral infection should be one of those, just period. Just make a DM manual about surviving a pandemic.
Right. You gotta get back into politics again, huh?
He stole it. I know. Yeah, stole it. Stole.
But how?
How? Go on, elaborate.
Like, was it like he...
Like... You can't just, we
did
can't...
Did he disapparate it? Like, it's not like it wasn't there the next day, right?
What are we, Republican? We don't just accept facts, all right?
Yeah.
Let's... Did you know that Mozart wrote a song about eating ass?
Yeah. The minute you show me proof, I'm just gonna say it's not from the right place.
Or I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I knew that.
That is the funniest thing about... this phrase came from Thundercat, actually, was rabid white males online. Is like, they'll just be like, ooh, where's the proof? And then like people will give you like 4 or 5 articles of different media sources, and they're like, well, it's because you're sheep that listen to the mainstream media. If you actually bothered to, Google where the truth was, it's like, what are you talking about? They literally gave you like CNN, ABC, MSN, Fox. It's like, what? There's like 6 different freaking sources, and you guys are like, wow, you're just and it's like, and you guys are like, oh, I listen to OAN. Like, who cares? Like, oh God, you guys piss me off sometimes, man. I do like, though, that now I'm reading more people being mad at Indiana senators for screwing around with the stimulus stuff.
I'm gonna take a bio break.
All right, you do not have to take a shot for Kelly's potty breaks.
No, this is my first one.
Unless you absolutely want to. Oh, what's that say? That is actually an awesome story, and I was wondering if that's where you were going with that, Brody. That'd be a really cool movie to make, honestly. I mean, we don't have the budget for it, but I'd watch it. Get some pointers. Maybe I'll steal one of the theaters around here and move it somewhere else. So I'm tired of having to pay like $2,000 just to rent a stage for a weekend. It sucks. That's why I'm getting more and more into film with Hoenn over here, because... Oh. The hell? Yeah. Surviving a pandemic. Let's see here. Cultural. I think it'd be really nice to have a game to play where you're just like running around as Bernie Sanders, but it's like, you know, a Mario format or whatever, and he's just fighting racial injustice. I was just saying, I think it'd be really fun to have a game where it's basically Mario, but you just like impose Bernie Sanders' image over it, and he's going through and fighting racists. I think it'd be fun. I'd play the shit out of that game.
Teamed up with actors and disassembled the theater and rebuilt it somewhere else. It's an interesting story. Cool. Interesting.
I was telling them I think they should. I'd watch a movie about it.
Yeah.
We can't afford to make one like that, but
No, we can't, because we'd actually have to steal a theater in the process.
I mean, I'm down.
We'd probably get in trouble for it.
I'm down.
We'd probably get in trouble for it.
Hello.
Hey, I'm back. That's right. He's back. Back in New York. It's a thing.
It's not a thing.
It's totally a thing. It's a song somewhere.
The last edit was on March 23rd.
Yeah, it was right before pandemic
It
hit.
was
And
so
then it was like,
long ago.
As in right before we knew COVID was going to take the year out from under us, right?
Israeli government collapses, sending country back to elections for 4th time in 2 years.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Who cares? Our funding's not going to fix it.
Can't read it anyway, it's watching in post, so. Like, pay us.
Do you have them blocked?
No,
like,
you only
pay
get
us.
like
Yeah.
3 free views a month or something, and after that they make you pay to look at their shit.
Pirate everything.
Yeah.
Pirate
I just don't care that much.
All right, let's see here. So all right, I think we're as far as we can get on DM for theater without just like.
Yeah, literally the only other thing I thought
nitty-gritty.
of was like, 60s marches and stuff, but shouldn't be relevant today, but it is.
Right. Okay, so let's see. Let's find. I have that in such a weird spot. Jeez Louise. There we go. Tube Talk Tuesday. Boom.
Boom!
Okay, so let's see. DM for theater done. No. Let's put one line through it so we can still see that it's there. Patreon page, phone app, spruced up. Okay, so with the phone app, that's one thing I was gonna say. So
I got it all set up now.
Yeah, but you can be if you open the Patreon app on your phone, I'll show you. You can be making posts from your phone while you're out and about and stuff like that.
Okay.
And
Sorry.
and especially with your with your phone, it'd be easy enough for you to just be doing like little handheld vlogs.
Right.
Out and about. Okay, so let's see.
Yeah, there's not a lot of options.
No. Because this isn't.
It's my account, isn't it?
Yes, but there's.
I only follow you right now. I don't follow
Yeah,
anyone else.
I know.
Okay,
Right.
sorry.
But this is just like the Patreon app. This is what I was trying to tell you. There's a Patreon creators app that allows you to post from
Oh, that's lame.
your
Okay.
phone and stuff
All right,
like
I got
that.
You, I got
to
you.
manage it from your phone, just like on YouTube.
So I'm gonna look for Patreon.
That's what I was telling you
creators.
before. Yeah.
Well, I didn't realize there were 2 different apps. Why would there be 2 different apps? Just making the same app.
Okay,
Where the hell
so
is my Google Play?
YouTube skits, sketches, ideas. We were talking about
we
there
need
was
to figure some of those out.
there was a suggestion. I want to say it was by listener or by Thundercat earlier, right? And I was like, okay, yeah, remind me about that when we talk about YouTube sketches.
Brody suggested we do movie quizzes, movie trivia quiz.
Movie trivia.
That's right.
That's right.
You said it was a Patreon creator.
Yeah, try Patreon. Yeah.
I don't think that's what you said, but that's what I got. I just fixed it on Patreon.
I think my phone's way over there on the charger. Otherwise, I'd get
the
up and
charger.
edit.
Update?
But there's a
I just downloaded it this afternoon. I got to update it.
there's a Patreon app somewhere that lets you post from your phone, which I highly recommend since you don't use the laptop very often.
It takes like 20 minutes to fucking boot up.
Okay, have I ever told you about the time my Shogun Total War crashed because I had 2,000 soldiers fire their rifles at once? Oh no, that's crazy. That's hilarious. It just couldn't handle the animations and everything. That's awesome. Anyways, I like your guys' idea. Thanks, Ghost.
Which
yeah,
idea?
you know, that's what we do. That's what we do.
The tabletop gaming, is that what it means?
I don't know. Probably all of our ideas. We're just brilliant.
We have a lot of really...
We're just brilliant, okay?
Kind of
That's all.
mediocre ideas.
Let me see. I need to figure out now what part of what notebook I've gotten the YouTube sketch ideas.
Well, I heard now I have a
down
private
here.
profile. I think if I turn that off, it would...
Oh yeah, you can't. Oh, well, you can't post stuff until you publish your page. That's why we're not seeing a
Right, because you said something about publishing on Christmas, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm saying that's why we're not seeing the options for it on there.
All right. Okay, fair enough.
Which is why I probably think that there's a different app for it. Because mine looks different.
Yeah, because it's
published.
Yeah. We figured it out, guys.
We figured it out, guys.
I'm not as stupid with technology as I thought.
No, we're just user error and it up. This is Hamlet shit. Oh, the frustration never ends. Let's see. Getting guns, firing 200 rounds of freedom per minute. Gatling guns, firing 200. Yeah, that sounds like patriotism.
America.
Sounds like America.
What you need to do is get a bunch of American Eagles to ride on your shoulders while you do it.
You need to get them to ride on your shoulders while you say anything patriotic.
Playing Bruce Springsteen in the background.
It's just so frustrating.
Drinking Bud Light.
When I can't find stuff in my notebooks.
So what are we looking for right now, though? Sorry.
The list of sketches and ideas that I already have written down.
Ah, okay.
So it's all in the same spot, and I'm not starting
I
another
got-
page.
Community style, conspiracy theory, puppet segments. And you talked about doing like office-based stuff, which is the same thing as my community style stuff, I think.
Yeah.
So we decided that was the same thing, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that it is just different on a per episode basis.
Yeah.
On how it feels, whether it feels more office or community.
Ah, okay.
Facebook. Sandler vs. Conspiracy.
What happens? Turn the volume down. Oh, no, you're on Twitch, aren't you?
If Catherine calls, we'll go to a break.
Huh?
I said if Catherine calls, we'll just go to a break.
No, you're fine. I'm going to, I'm gonna sign on Twitch.
Which ones did I do? Which ones did I look through?
No, I don't want to do Super Carl Brothers. Where's my fucking...
I already looked through this one. Frustrating.
Nope. Following. There we go. There we go. Oh, there's the ad. 30 seconds.
So long as the ad comes through clear. Well, that is just endlessly frustrating. Super frustrating when I cannot find stuff in my notebooks.
So do we think, are we going to do a get to the point review on the new Stand when that comes out? Or if it is out?
On what?
The Stand movie or miniseries, whatever it is.
I don't know about it. Tell me more.
They've remade The Stand, and it's
The Stand?
yeah, that Stephen King book turned into miniseries in the 90s.
Oh.
Yeah.
Eh.
Okay, Rena, we're waiting for you.
Okay. Sweet, sweet. Oh man, this is frustrating. It's pissing me off. Because I have a specific page for it. You know? I swear I've already looked in this one. I swear if I turn to it and it's like, oh, there's the page, right? Look. We've been on this one.
It was literally the other side.
It's the other fucking page! Motherfucker! Oh my god!
That's entertaining.
No, it's not. They just sat and watched me
me
look through 5 notebooks, and it was 1 page away from the page we were on, and I already did that once today during this stream. Blinks, you're not working. It's supposed to this is supposed to be increase your mental acuity. If if this has increased my mental acuity, I was a vegetable before we started streaming.
Maybe it just made your vision so peripheral that you couldn't see what was right in front of you.
Okay, Mad TV, Kids in the Hall, Whitest Kids You Know style skits. Okay, remember when we were talking about Catherine? She builds like little models.
Yes,
right?
I remember.
Okay,
I wrote down the
sets.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So it would only be puppets. I am not Willy Wonka. I can't shrink any one of us down to sit on one of these sets.
That.
You were like, oh, so would there be acting and puppets? It's like, it's a puppet show.
Well, you said like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Yes.
And so I thought you meant like you would have Mr. Rogers and then he would like talk to puppets. Well, not Mr. Rogers himself, but you know what I mean.
No, but in this,
that was why I got
remove
confused.
Mr. Rogers.
Okay, all right, I got you.
It's just puppet shows.
So it's more like the Muppets or something.
Yeah, but you know, hopefully.
Oh, Ghost does model building.
Better well done in a. Oh, nice. Yeah. And so the models that we're talking about, though, is usually like set pieces for plays. Like she's putting together what she feels a set should look like for plays, right? I think I just said the same exact thing twice.
You did. But that's what she's doing, and I mean, she doesn't use... the part of the problem, though, is I don't know how quality... I mean, maybe that's part of it, but I don't know how quality her pieces would be, because we mostly just use scraps.
Right.
And, like, she used, like, shoe boxes and, you know, lots of popsicle sticks.
Right, but they usually look pretty damn cool.
Yeah. And it looks cool to, like, look at, but I don't think that filming it, when you're, like, close up to it, with, like, little toy action figures or puppets or whatever, is...
Dioramas or similar.
Yeah, that's what I call it, as a diorama.
Yeah, a diorama. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's basically what it is.
I did this so I could read the comments easier.
Yeah, nice. Right, and so then, but yeah, like, you know, basically like plays or little skits or stories. Oh! Hey! Netkite, raiding with a party of 2. Oh man, thanks so much for the raid. Let's see. I use sticks from outside to make camo for tanks. Let me see here. Let's see. Now, my shout out, for whatever reason, a lot of times does not want to work unless it's for yes, aha, okay, aha. See, and I wondered when I saw Netek, right? Yeah, now let's see. Shout out may not work for the simple fact that we've got the different every single time I have this mic plugged in and not the headset, for whatever reason the shout outs don't want to work properly. Oh, and thank you for redeeming Hydrate, brother. But here's a shout out, at the very least this way. Yeah, and of course, see, there we go. Yeah,
it worked.
The shout out worked that way. It plays a sound. The sound didn't work. That's what I'm talking about, the sound. But yeah, so for those of you who are currently watching, Yato, or Netek, is another streamer out of Germany. Amazing guy. Helped him a bit ago. His GPU running. Oh, okay. His stream quality sucked really. Oh, no. Stop. No, you're awesome, man. You're awesome. You're a good friend of the Gamerman and Scholars stream team. We have good memories on Dark Souls, do we not? But yeah, I just helped him a bit ago. His GPO running. Yeah, yikes. I hate that. And a lot of times my stream quality, when it goes down, it's usually because of thermal throttling. I'll be trying to run a game that's harsh on the laptop, as well as an additional screen with all of my other stuff going. Ooh, he has a 2070 single fan. See, I have a
That's not what I meant by your
air conditioner. Dank souls. No, of course not. No, Ghost, you were there viewing and cheering us along during pretty much every single broadcast of that, weren't you? Why do you have to betray me now like this? You don't give me mod. Oh no, here we go. The truth comes out. Well, we just finished discussing basically a fundraiser that we're planning for Josh's company, Fourth Wall Players, which is a local acting troupe. Okay. Hold on, wait. I gotta make sure real quick that I get this.
I don't know what that
hydrate and smoke rings right now. Fourth Wall Players, Josh over here.
I don't know what that means.
You're forcing me to smoke.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
Sorry.
It's a joke. I already smoke the whole time.
Yeah, I know.
So Smoke Rings is just asking me to do something pretty with the smoke.
Unrelated donations, what the hell?
No, unrelated donations. Okay, he wanted to buy a mod from me. Oh no. There we go. There you go. No, and see, this is what's funny is that I have a list of people that I'm supposed to have added as mods, and I just never get around to it. Like, it's one of those things you go, oh yeah, shit, I was supposed to mod you, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you're supposed to have mod privileges, and I forget. That's right, Ghost. Hail, hydrate. Here, let's get some smoke rings going.
I have enough to end the stream, though. That's an option,
No, you don't. It's a million.
In the universe. No, I guess only 1.3 thousand, you're right. In the
Let's say
universe,
it's a million.
in the stream for today.
Smoking is bad, kids, but if you're gonna do it, blow smoke rings.
I was just playing with the buttons, I don't know.
Man, that was good. That was pretty good that time. Now, I think there's probably too much light for them to really come through nice and clear, but...
Probably.
Nah, just don't do it. Just don't do it. Make your own decisions, kids. Don't let the government tell you what's bet. No, yeah, of course you couldn't see them. I blew them, though. They were there all the same.
They happened. I saw.
They were... See, he saw, and you were the one who redeemed them, so thank goodness for that.
That's all that matters, because I'm the one that requested it, so... I redeemed it.
Yeah, this is the thing, though.
Hydrate.
This is the thing, Alpha.
This is like a...
Think about all of the different things that kill you and how much you actually pay for. I could say the same thing about people who are drinking diet sodas. Ingesting aspartame. Give me one. Okay, yeah, diet soda.
Diet soda
You said give me
suck.
one. Diet soda. There's one. How about eating fast food?
Hey, no. I am regretting eating that KFC earlier.
I didn't say I didn't do it. I'm sitting here smoking. I'm just saying. Yeah, and I have this innate desire to breathe smoke like a dragon. No, it's not about the nicotine. It's about breathing smoke like a dragon. And vaping's way too dangerous.
Apparently.
It kills you way too fast. Way too fast. But okay, so what we're doing is we have a number of different episodes sort of planned out for our community / the office / office hours / serial entrepreneur skit type show. Okay.
Have fun, Thundercat. It was nice seeing you today.
Oh, Thundercat. On that note, I must go to the store and pick up
be on
stuff
here
to
for
fill my bong with.
We'll be on here a little
All
while
right.
longer if you think it'll be funnier while you're on your bong.
There you go. Yeah, and I think we'll be going for probably another 45 minutes. So assuming you'll be back from the store by then. And if not, thank you very much for tuning in, and thank you very much for the follow. Super appreciated. And we might actually go to a break here in just a second, if that was the Rena. If Rena came in, we'll take a quick break to see how her day of work was. Dude, I've spent 1 hour today to create my own donation animation because it took me like 40 minutes to cut a spinning animation so perfectly into a GIF that you don't even notice that it is one. Oh, nice.
No, this was fun.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
you know what? Yeah, that's awesome. Yes, nice. Hard work is always good, man. Hard work is always good. But this is the thing. This is the thing, Yato. This is the thing, Yato. You know the work that you put into that for perfection, and at the end of the day, it's worth it. It improves your skills just that much more. Even when I edit shitty videos for YouTube,
kicked me off.
I'm just getting that much better at editing.
Right.
That much better. That much more practice. 10,000 hours. Right? That's 9,999 more hours to go, Yato. You're on your way, bruh. You're on your way, bruh. You got this. You got this. Okay, so the Fourth Wall Players YouTube, which I'll show you guys that now.
There's not much on it yet.
No, there's not. I mean, well, we've got it full of stuffses, but a lot of it is basically from Alpha. Thank you very much for the follow. So the Fourth Wall Players YouTube is separate from the Hohenheim Productions YouTube, obviously, and right now it's featuring a lot of just the work that him and I have done together. Mm-hmm. But it's going to be premiering basically 2 primary playlists that we have planned right now. That'll be a Mad TV sketch comedy type skits, okay, which just don't follow any logical sense, basically, or don't have a chronological order to them. And then we're going to do our own community / The Office series, comedy series that will be scripted. And that one, I'm really excited about that one. We've got a solid 5 episodes kind of planned out right now for it, and just kind of give you a little idea. So it's basically about an office of guys that are serial entrepreneurs. Yeah. Where before anything can even get started and they can see if it's a success, they're already ready to move on to the next thing. Right. So as an example, one episode will be one of the characters showing up, and he wants to start a fashion line, and he comes in to pitch it to my channel is called Hohenheim Productions, and I'll show it later. This one is Fourth Wall Players.
I'm at 9 subscribers. I haven't opened it up yet.
Yeah, 9 subscribers. So basically, we have one of the members of The Office, right, comes in to pitch a fashion line where all of the pockets are sewed shut, which is just and I mean, literally, it's just clothes they picked up at the thrift store, and then they brought them home and they sewed all the pockets shut. It just doesn't make any sense, right? Let's see.
I have no idea what they're talking about.
It's just on the screen right below the cam.
He was answering the question about what the channel was, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so anyway. So we also have another one where they decide to start a podcast, but podcast being an audio medium, they keep doing visual things. Yeah. Which naturally you can't see on a podcast. It's like having a face for radio, right? We also have one where a member of the office comes in ready to have a productive day, and it turns into basically a game of 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. So they don't get anything done.
That's funny. Stop interrupting.
Yeah, we play Ark. Yeah, we have a dedicated roleplay server. We have a dedicated roleplay server for the Gamerman and Scholars stream team, actually. Everything we do, everything I do here on the Hohenheim Pro Twitch is all roleplay. Everything I do is roleplay. Other than work, obviously. This is This is Tube Talk Tuesday. But anyway, then we got so it's like kind of a benchmark moment in office history when you finally get a water cooler. And so we have some basically office drama that forms once the water cooler gets there.
Right.
Then we also have one where they try to create a reality TV show contest, but they never get past trying to make a theme song.
Yeah.
Like, it all becomes like none of them can decide on a theme song. None of them like each other's like suggestions. Yeah.
So those are the first two that we've got in mind for that.
Right. So those are the first kind of ideas we have in mind for that. Now for the Mad TV / Kids in the Hall sketch series thing, like that's not a series. Okay. All we have right now, we've one idea written down
for Kids
for
in
that
the Hall?
one. Yeah, for the
Yeah,
Kids
that
in
was
the
a
Hall
little
thing. Train reaction guy confront. It's interesting because
That's
I feel like
hard for me, I think.
I feel like this would be easier for me if I was still in high school.
Yeah.
Because we come up with stupid shit like that all the time.
Right.
In high school.
Well, part of it is it's just hard to think of something that hasn't been done.
Well, I mean, the thing is,
times already.
okay. Well, so those of you who don't know, I'm a graduate of Jump Cut Academy, and one of the things that they teach you at Jump Cut Academy is called the remix strategy. So taking something that's already been done and putting your own spin or unique point of view.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
So I mean, like, even if we take a look at some of our favorite Mad TV, Whitest Kids You Know, Kids in the Hall sketches, and take those and spin them in a different way, basically to make them culturally relevant today, I think that would be a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because, I mean, part of, especially when you think about the succession of these, Kids in the Hall first, then Mad TV, then Whitest Kids You Know. Whitest Kids You Know stopped in like mid, that's right, high school. It stopped in like mid 2000s. So right in the peak of all of the shock factor bullshit before we got super PC.
Right.
So if we were to take skits that we liked from these series and figured a way to rework them in a culturally relevant / PC manner, right?
Right.
Make them culturally relevant or PC. So for instance, okay, like just off the top of my head, I'm thinking there's one of my favorite sketches from Whitest Kids You Know is one, it's called Liquid PCP. And this guy's walking down the street when he sees his buddy from high school that he hasn't seen in like 7 years, and he's walking down the street and he's a successful, whatever, but he happens to have a jug of liquid PCP, and it's just no big deal to be walking around with a jug of something illegal. And so I'm thinking about what would be today's equivalent of that, like being a politician or a banker that is walking around with hookers while doing Molly, and I don't know. Like, what the fuck would be the
right? I would
the
even
equivalent
take. I would
of
even
that?
take it. I would even take something like that personally, and it'd be fun to kind of spin it in like, let's take it 3 steps farther. It's not just like he's doing one specific thing. It's during the conversation. It's revealed. It's kind of like how
depending on where you're at, Alpha. It depends on where you're at. In most of the U.S., it's illegal. People are under the impression that it's legal in Las Vegas. It's not.
What was I gonna say? Oh, kind of like how Airplane had that running joke with the one guy that was like, I picked a bad week to quit drinking, and then later he's like, quit smoking, and then later he's like, quit doing glue, or like he just kept saying like different things that like I picked a bad week.
Well, so okay, that. Oh, hold on, I'll have to find the page. In this one, I know it's in this one, where I had sent you the ideas of characters that I'd like to play.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Here it is.
You sent me a couple,
Yeah. Uncle Jocko, Roy, my Australian pervert, and Essence, right? And that's the guy who's every single time we see him in a different skit, he's claiming a different religion.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's funny, yeah.
Right. So I think one of the best ways to do this with the Mad TV skits is to come up with personas that we want to play,
and then write around them.
Well, and throw them into semi everyday mundane activities.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like, the whole Uncle Jacko thing. It would be a callback to the Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
To go and order fast food with you playing one of your characters. You know
and you
what I
want
mean?
to mix up different. That'd be something new. They don't do that a lot. I mean,
like what?
Most sketch comedies. Well, I'm saying most sketch comedies that have like a focused, like your Uncle Jocko character would not have. Like if you have Stewart in a skit in Mad TV, you're not going to have Mrs. Swan as well. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that'd be kind of a cool concept.
That's what I'm talking
like
about.
that,
Right,
yeah.
where it's just like it's just semi-random. I mean, naturally we would plan it, but
right.
In Germany, 100% legal. Yep. And there's a lot of the UK is always way ahead of the US in everything from slavery to sex work to freaking police having guns. Like they're always way ahead of us. We're just hard-headed and aggressive fucking people. Like,
and that's like so
violence
like,
first.
That's like so. I don't want to say recent. Like, country-wise, it's recent for us to be like, no, we're not going to change this. You know what I'm saying? Like, we used to really be innovative.
Like, oh, we're about change.
Yeah, we were like really innovative like 50 or 60 years ago, and then we were like, well, we're good enough. And then we just stopped
except
caring.
for civil rights.
Well, I get that, but
we always
I meant like in
we
general
always
terms of,
shortchange
like,
ourselves in the worst places.
Right. I get that. I was talking more like in terms of like technologically speaking and stuff like that. We just don't care about that anymore.
Yeah.
And it's more about making an extra buck.
Right. It's more about capitalist gain as opposed to true progressiveness. Yeah.
Thanks, Reagan.
It looks like you threw up on the keyboard there, Yato. Okay, but so
those are pretty good ideas.
So then let's talk. All right, I've got 2 characters to play with right now.
You do. I don't.
What characters do you have? Because right now we can't count on Summers,
right?
Cody Powell,
can't count on
anyone until they're actually involved.
Until we start writing stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that. I guess.
The XQZ AYA. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Anyway, so
I don't know. I really thinking of stuff like that's just really hard for me. I don't know why.
Okay, but think of it in terms of this. What sort of characters would you have loved to play in film, and then we just take it to the extreme? Like, have you ever wanted to play a drug addict?
No.
We talked about porn being illegal in Japan. Really? No, I don't. I don't. No. Nope, not familiar with it. Okay, we'll do. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. All right. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. So that's what you were trying to put is the emo, and it didn't work.
Well, you can put down. These won't all be. I mean. Just a spam thing. So I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to think of where better would be used for my complete works. Fourth wall characters would be better in the Mad TV skits, or like the Office community things.
Well, I mean, but see, the thing is that the 2 things aren't actually connected. So you can use a character from that to reappear in the Mad TV skits, because whatever we do with the Shakespeare thing is going to end up just being 1 episode in Community, whereas the personality be reused in future skits for Mad TV stuff.
Right. Okay.
So if we end up involving the complete works of Shakespeare in a future episode for our community/office/serial entrepreneurship series, it won't matter that we use a character from it in the Mad TV skits.
Okay, so yeah, I'm overthinking it. So yeah, no. So we've got the kind of the pompous know-it-all.
Okay, and what's the character's name in the Shakespeare?
We all had our own names.
I know. So what was yours?
Mine was Josh, and
okay. What was your?
We all had our own names.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Right,
we were pretending like we were ourselves doing a show,
uh-huh.
and like we were playing caricatures of ourselves.
Thinking about Japanese actually enjoying tentacles on girls. Okay, wait. It has to be censored, not 100% illegal. Falls under legal with restrictions category. Okay. Just thinking about Japanese actually enjoying tentacles on girls. Do you think Shakespeare is good? I enjoy Shakespeare. Yeah. You got a weird train of thought. I found it kind of sucked when I had to read it. I found most often when it comes to really any literature, context and how it's being presented is everything.
Yeah, Shakespeare's not really meant to be read, is the point.
Right. Exactly right. It's like plays aren't so much meant to be read as they are performed, and so I guess, don't get me wrong. I mean, if you take a look at the perspective of theatrical and
translation
evolution.
might have sucked. I can't speak to that.
Translation, yeah. Also, translation sucked hard. Yeah.
Which storyline do you remember? Which Shakespeare you read?
Yeah, that didn't seem to make sense because that just could come down to not being able to understand or comprehend iambic pentameter. I mean, because I know that.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to translate out of it. It's gotta be tough.
Yeah, God, especially if you're trying to
Romeo and Juliet.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, to be fair, that's probably his worst show, but.
Right. Yeah. It's also his most famous one.
Yeah.
Right.
Naturally.
But I think part of what made it famous, though, is that scholars like to debate whether or not it's actually a tragedy or a grand comedy, because the tragedy is supposed to come not from the innate character flaws, but from, you know what I mean? Because I guess scholars argue whether or not fate played a role, right? Whether they had a choice in what was going on or not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm about to say it had to be the translation. The story is pretty straightforward, honestly.
Yeah, it's about as simple as you get.
Right. Yeah. Two rival gangs are fighting with each other. You've got star-crossed lovers.
It's a non-musical version of West Side Story.
A non-musical version of West Side Story. That's an excellent way to put it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, West Side Story is based on
homage to Romeo and Juliet. Yes, but I just didn't think. I knew that. I've never thought of backwards.
Yeah.
Reverse engineering it that way and going.
Oh yeah, no, the characters are idiots because they're supposed to be, I think Juliet is 13.
Yeah, okay. The character decisions don't make sense because that's part of the tragic flaw of the characters.
Right.
We're not supposed to. We're supposed to be infuriated with the characters' decisions. Mm-hmm. We're supposed to hate their decisions.
If you think those decisions don't make sense, watch Arrow.
If you think those decisions don't make sense, watch Arrow. But the point of the Shakespeare thing is that he.
Yes, that's a very accurate.
That's
a very accurate.
And Juliet thought Romeo is dead or whatever, but he's not. And then Juliet suicides. I don't know. Yeah, no, I know they're idiots. Yeah, you're supposed to hate that.
No, it's the tragedy of
That's the tragedy of youth.
There are a couple of kids on their first crush or love or whatever you want to call it, and they overreact in the situation.
Right.
Because of everything that's going on.
Because of miscommunications. It's a typical rom-com.
It's insane. It's insane, and it doesn't make any sense, from a realistic point of view. But
right, but right now, when we're talking about complete works of Shakespeare, we're talking about a show that was written by Fourth Wall Players. It's an original work from Fourth Wall Players about a group of...
Well, the work itself, we edited it to make it our own, but it wasn't written by us. It was written by a different group
of
people. But it's complete works. It's basically a parody / homage of all of Shakespeare's works.
Yes.
And then it's the original script is these three idiots that just kind of bumble through them all really quickly in an hour and a half format. We upped it to like 5, and instead of it being just like, oh well, sometimes X person does something stupid and sometimes it's Y person, like we had very specific personality traits and comedic types for each different character, so that it flowed a little bit better. And we broke the fourth wall a lot, which is where we got our name from.
Right.
We wandered, especially my character wandered into the audience
Right.
a whole bunch, started chatting up girls, and stopped caring about acting, just things like that. Like I was the guy that was too cool to be there, sort of thing. And then we had like another guy that was just really full of himself and thought his shit smelled like roses, and
Right.
he didn't actually know anything,
Right.
but he thought he did.
Well,
yeah.
And this is what's so. So Yato, what you're saying about Romeo, this is so many people miss the context at the beginning, and it's easy to do. I think it's the time period that they're teaching people Romeo and Juliet. I don't think that it's really high school material,
Right.
Because so many people miss the fact that Romeo literally just broke up with the chick that he had been banging,
Right.
and then the next night sees Juliet and falls in love with her. This is not his first time around the block.
It is hers.
Yeah, it's hers, but Romeo's he's
He's like 17 or 18, I think.
He's a fucking Chad, bro.
Yeah.
He's a Chad.
So your Ginger Leprechaun, he didn't like having female characters to be played by men. They had to.
They had to because women weren't allowed to be in theater.
That was against the law back then.
It was against the law. Yeah.
Just
let the two get drunk and fuck. That's right. That's right. Right. No, I mean, it's just, again, you're supposed to hate the character decisions. And that's, again, why scholars debate whether or not fate played a role. Did they have a choice in what was going on? Is there something that they could have done to change what happened? Like...
Also, again, if you read Shakespeare, like, if you actually read his shows in chronological order about when they were written, you would see how much better he gets as he gets older. There's a lot of fascinating things about the way he did stuff, which is some of the... I try to...
So out of curiosity, what was his last play?
I don't know off the top of my head. I know King Lear was one of his last ones. Well, because there's a theory that he used the same actor, that the same actor played a large percentage of his leads. Like the same guy who played Romeo, played Hamlet, played Macbeth, played King Lear, and it just happened over the course of their lives, which is actually pretty awesome. Because, I mean, he had a troupe, and that's what a troupe does. Like, he wrote shows for the actors he had.
For them so that they could continue to make a living in theater. I love it. That's kind of what we're doing. We're the Billy Spears of our lifetime, guys. Okay, let's see. Let's get our King Lear on here. This is for the research for the DM and for theater.
Sup, fam? This week we seeing The Cold Truth with King Lear by William Shakespeare. Since King Lear too old to get it up no more, he decided it's time to stop running the Game of Thrones and hand over his power to the daughter that loved him most. He ended up giving it all to Goneril and Regan, two daughters who just give him a royal ass kissing, leaving Cordelia, the only daughter who keeps it real, with jack shit. All butthurt, Lear started acting like he lost his damn mind and give Cordelia the boot. Lear's right-hand man, Kent, calls him out on his Class A bullshit.
Every decision is based on previous experience. I agree with that too. And at the end of the day, Ginger Leprechaun, my standing on it is philosophy bakes no bread.
Lear just like, you don't like the way I roll? Then you can step two. Meanwhile, one of Lear's homies named Gloucester got himself a love child named Edmund, who all toe up about being a bastard. So he take it out on Gloucester's legit son, Edgar. He tricked Gloucester into thinking that Edgar trying to kill him. Gloucester like, oh, word? Not in my house. Now that he on his daddy's list, Edgar...
Boomer! Boomer! I've got an old sill, that's for damn sure. I need people to explain means to me so I don't look like an idiot later. So thanks. I'd rather look like an idiot now.
disguises himself as a bum and he hits the mean streets. When Lear finally figure out Reagan and Goneril working together to do him dirty, brothers start wandering around while it's storming outside, taking his crazy game next level.
It was a fake evil. It was a fake laugh. I actually didn't emit any sounds whatsoever.
Gloucester ain't gonna let his homeboy go down like that, so he decided to help Lear out. But when Reagan and her hubby find out what Gloucester plotting, they call him a snitch, straight rip his eyes out, and toss his ass to the streets. Decked out like a hobo, Ed could throw his old man a bone and save his crusty ass from icing himself. And he ain't the only shorty looking out for their old man. Cordelia gonna lead a swole French army, whatever that is, to save her daddy and make him rock the crown again. But Goneril, Reagan, and Edmund just rolling too deep. They whoop some ass and capture Cordelia and Lear. Now really fall apart. Turns out, Goneril wants Edmund's D so bad that she poisoned her own sister. Damn! Then Goneril end up committing suicide when her hubby learned what's going down. Cordelia get hanged, and Lear gets so toe up that he dies too. Damn. Man, King Lear sure go through some shit. I mean, this cat go from high baller status to a straight up bum in his play. And one of the most important lessons he learned from all that mess is how important it is to keep it real. See, at the beginning, he only cared about seeming like everybody loves him. Fool might even know that his daughter's fronting with their ass-kissing bullshit, but all he care about is making it look like he loved. This fool head so damn big that later when he found out his daughter's sticking it to him raw, he ain't even tripping about that. He just pissed they ain't grateful for the power he giving him. Willie busting out images of storms all up in here to show that Lear's whack passions messing with his mind. Where the greater malady is fixed, the lesser is scarce felt. The tempest in my mind doth from my senses, take all feelings else. Save what beast here, filial ingratitude. How's a brother supposed to keep it real if he can't see the truth? Which brings me to Willie's other big-ass motif, sight. See, Lear got physical sight, but morally, he's straight Stevie Wonder up in here. Likewise, Gloucester blind to the truth that Edmund playing him. Only when brother loses his eyes can he see the truth. I have no way, and therefore want no eyes. I stumbled when I saw. And that's what this play is all about. Loss of power, love, life, and sight. Look, if you're looking for a happy ending, you peeping the wrong play, homeboy. But don't trip, because the subscribe button will always give you a happy ending. Know what I mean? Deuces! Hey, thanks for watching, you guys. If you
That's funny.
I've been subscribed a long time.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, they do a great job. And yeah, they use the face
Take
of
a
Charles
shot.
V. Love it. Oh, take a shot. He's going to the bathroom again. But yeah, so when Josh gets back, I'm gonna need him to come up with a name for his character, for reals. And let's see. Let's see. Oh, hey! Thank you very much for the new sub there, Alpha Tech. Fair is foul, and foul is fair. Hover through the fog and filthy air. Can you name the place / but fair is foul and foul is fair? No, I sure can't. No, but I'd be interested to know who said it, though. Huh. The girl is writing with the left hand. I know, right? Skill. That's skill right there. Ah, nice. Nice. Aha. Okay, gotcha. Macbeth, the Three Witches. Sweet. And now that's one that we haven't turned into a DM manual yet, but that I have the basically the skeleton laid out for it. I'm really looking forward to getting further into these DM manuals. The problem is that when I got to the end of Romeo and Juliet here, at the beginning of Act 2, I had a really hard time deciding how to start it because I can't decide whether or not our people are taken back. I think I have notes on this, but I think I couldn't decide whether or not our people should be taken back to Lord Montague and then are supposed to start the hunt again, or if they actually go straight with Romeo into hiding. Left-handed people should be in prison. Do you know Nathan the Wise? I'm not familiar with it. What is it, Alpha? Listener. Those opinions are not welcome. It's just funny that he says left-handed people should be in prison. Did you know that in the United States there are literally scholarships available for people who write with their left hand? That's how hurting colleges are for a diversity tally.
How do we get on then? Left-handed people?
Nathan the Wise. Interesting. Yeah, right? That's sweet, right? I thought that was really cool. I did thought that was really, really cool. We have to read for school. You know what? Reading is probably the best skill I ever gained in my life, bruh. I love reading.
I don't know how to read.
Okay, so let's see. Oh, yeah, so that's what I want. I need you to name this character. So what I was thinking is that since it's from the complete works of William Shakespeare, and you're just going to be like pompous, Jewish Italian twit?
I don't know about that, but...
Well, then I'm just thinking of ways to basically turn William Shakespeare into a modern name. So it'd be like Billy... something, right? Like that's what the character's name would be. I've got Uncle Jocko, I've got Essence, which is just Steve's sins.
Billy. Trying to think. Billy. What's another word for shake?
I know, that's what I was thinking too.
Because the other thought I was like, well, we could start with stir. Billy Stir or something. I gotta think what not the good one.
I don't know why, but my brain kept going to Billy Rumblefork. Okay. Okay, let's see. Imagine Angelica asking you to read. I know, imagine. It must be bad to be a righty.
Wow.
Okay. Righties are oppressed. Us righties are oppressed. Yeah, we are. We are. We just blend in with everybody else. It sucks.
I feel if you...
It sucks. They can't tell us apart. We all write with our right hand. It's all right. Right is right.
There was a time in
right is right. Just right is right. Get it?
Yeah.
Right is right. It's a KKK joke. You're welcome. You didn't know this was a Klan meeting, did you? Right-handed people won't get the COVID.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
That way, normies. That's what we are. Oh, these are for colleges. Yeah,
you don't get scholarships for high
colleges
school.
alpha. Yeah.
Unless it's like a private institution or something.
But the large majority of high schools are public schools, so there's no scholarships there for diversity alpha. Literally, just so they can have that tally for diversity. Racism is funny to me when it's not serious.
Right.
It is, but that's like
it asterisked out stupid.
What? No.
On mine, well, you have the main thing, but when
okay.
Because I was like, what the hell did they
fine,
say?
I'll read it. That's just stupid.
No, it's fine.
That's what Alpha said.
I could read it.
I won't let them censor you. I won't let them do it.
Yeah, that's a dumb word to censor.
He said the thing.
They probably censor out dumb too.
Okay. So, all right. So, Josh,
where are we at?
We have Billy. We have Billy. We're not doing Billy Rumblefork, right? But it's going to be Billy something.
Billy. I don't know. Billy. I mean, it doesn't have to be a
hold on.
word. It could just be Billy Sterling, right?
Something like that. But hold on. But didn't William Shakespeare change his name? It wasn't his last name originally something else. Yeah, that is. Okay. You said the thing. America is bad. It really is. No, we're not here to change your mind. We're just here to show you that there's some people in America you can still love. It's us. You can still love us.
I like to think of it as like America's not so bad. It's just
okay.
It's in control of bad people.
For whatever reason, I thought his original name was something else. Born. Wait, no.
That doesn't happen. I love he was married to Anne Hathaway. Hot. That was part of our show, actually.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, he did. He did marry Anne Hathaway. It's right there.
We added that in because when they originally
right
wrote
there.
the show, that she wasn't a thing yet.
You pay double taxes in Germany compared to. Oh, yikes! I want to imagine that it's like.
It's not nearly as fun as the Netflix Punisher. It's more like Netflix Jessica Jones, where she just sleeps with everybody.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so Billy
Sherwood.
Who wrote the short story about Benjamin Buttons?
I have no idea. I'm an uncultured swine.
Let's look. Curious Case of
I'm just kidding.
Benjamin Buttons.
The first season of Jessica Jones is pretty good, but they got rid of a really good villain.
Okay, it's F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I mean, it could be Billy Fitzgerald. It's
Well, I was thinking Billy Button.
sure.
But it only worked if The Curious Case of Benjamin Button would have been written by William Shatner, which I knew it wasn't.
Yeah,
I just wanted to know who it was.
Definitely.
that was. So.
But anyway, yeah, so the other two seasons of Jessica Jones are kind of subpar because they just never really found another good antagonist for her.
Yeah, see, The Punisher, Luke Cage, Iron Fist,
I thought Iron Fist was better than what people gave it credit for.
I know, that's that, yeah, everyone was shitting all over Iron Fist, and, like, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it more than Luke Cage, and that's because, it's literally only because the fucking climactic fight at the end of the series was the lamest shit I'd ever seen in my life.
Luke Cage?
Yeah.
They had a climactic fight?
Climactic fight in Luke Cage.
I honestly don't. I just remember he turned evil at the end or something, or
Luke Cage,
something like that.
No, it was the.
He's
other,
not turning evil, but they gave him the
guys.
club, and so the suggestion was, it was turning him. It was making him switch sides.
I didn't get that impression at all. I think you should rewatch the ending of Luke Cage.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Season 2?
I didn't see it as they gave the impression that it was going to turn him evil.
Yeah.
I thought they gave the impression of everything's happy-go-lucky and everything's wonderful and warm in the neighborhood now.
Definitely not. No, because they even have the score, the score that was kind of malicious sounding, and
The 100 has gotten worse. What's The 100? Oh,
it's like
all
a
right.
7-season series. I can't believe it went on for as long as it did.
Ginger, thank you so much for hanging out with us, brother.
See you later, Ginger.
And I hope to see you on Art
can't stay
again
another
sometime.
day.
Stay
Oh, no.
another day sometime soon. But you have a wonderful evening. The 100 has gotten worse. I don't know what that means.
It's a TV show.
Oh.
The 100.
Oh.
Yeah, it's about 100 people who get abducted by aliens or something.
Oh,
and then return.
see, this is
Yeah.
the thing, is that they've done that series so many fucking times.
Yeah.
Because what was the first time they did that? It was shortly after X-Files ended. All of a sudden there was a new show.
I thought that was called The 100, but I guess not.
Oh,
I know exactly what you're talking about, though.
Yes, you know what I'm
But
talking about.
it's the same thing about the people who got
People who
abducted.
just who had disappeared years ago were suddenly returned to Earth all in
Right.
one day. Yeah, see, now they did that series in the mid '90s. They did a series just like that, just like The 100, but The 100's a new one, right?
Yeah, newish. I think it's in its 7th season.
Oh gosh, I wish I could remember the fucking name.
Yeah, back to the Luke Cage thing though. I would have loved that second season. I don't like the storyline of the good guy.
Okay, interesting. Hold on. So Ginger Leprechaun, real quick. Sorry, hold on.
You're fine.
Ginger Leprechaun says, "Before I leave, I will give you this parting gift. The Last Kingdom is the best Netflix series I have ever watched." I'll have to give it a look.
Oh, that sounds
I'm not sure
interesting.
I've heard much about it. Earth for 100 years and sent 100 juveniles to test if life was possible again. Ah, okay, so that's different. That's much different. All right, and we got a hydrate on the way out. Nice. Well, and it's interesting that you're heading out. We're going to be ending stream here in about 4 minutes. So,
Yep.
You're leaving just as we're getting ready to exit. Thank you very much for redeeming that hydrate. And he disappears into the mist. There should be, hold on. I think
never to return again.
I think the lurk function works. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Boom. Hooray, the lurk function works. Now you know.
Awesome.
But, yeah.
Yeah, no, Luke Cage definitely. Once they got rid of Cottonmouth, that show just kind of fell apart. I like Alfre Woodard, but I did not like her character as like the bad guy. You know?
Yeah.
It was very lame. And then like the fight scenes were kind of lame too, because there's really just a lot of Luke standing there while people broke things on him. And then just like very sloppily punching things, and it's like, oh, I win because I've got super strength.
Right.
It's just kind of like, ugh, this is obnoxious.
Right, he went from a good fighter to now I'm so strong I don't have to fight good.
Yeah.
Like
that's kind of what I like about Iron Fist is that like I feel like they put a lot more effort into
the martial arts choreography.
Yeah. And it actually got better in its second season. I know a lot of people like flipped their shit when like he gave the Iron Fist to I don't remember her name now, but Jessica Henwick's character at the end. But I thought that was awesome. And they were all just like, that's just woke culture. I'm like, dude, like, I think the show proved that she is much more deserving of that mantle than Danny Rand is. I'm just saying. But anyway.
I didn't write down Buttons for the last name. It's your character. Whatever you want the last name to be.
And Buttons is fine. I really don't care.
Okay. Is our Shakespeare character
I want an old
stolen at a time.
I want an old blue collar worker named Monty.
Okay.
Just Monty. I mean, you can make up a last name if you want. And I'm just gonna talk like this.
Okay. And what's Monty's thing?
He just has a miserable fucking life. Okay, so I'm trying to think of a good example.
So it sounds to me like he's supposed to be a New York version of the Alan Rickman robot in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Kind of. He's not like depressed so much as he is like, yeah, this just happens. Yeah, it's just kind of like, yeah, I'm used to my foot caught on fire on my way to work, and
so he's
people
Eeyore.
will be like, dude, are you okay? And he's just like,
so yeah, he's Eeyore. So he's Eeyore. I didn't want to go anyway.
Right. Yeah, but I would say it's not so much as, yeah, kind of, but it's not so much as depressed, it's just more like, what's the fucking point of, and like, because he was originally a character, like, I had put in the airport sitcom as just like this overweight, overage security guard that gets stuck chasing these damn, just like, 13-year-olds who are just fucking running around, like, setting off fireworks and stuff. And it's like his mission in life to try to catch these kids, and he just can't do it. Because he's just so incompetent.
What I think would be funny is if he basically constantly uses I don't get paid enough to do that as an excuse,
right,
but forgets he's not on the clock. Because during these skits he won't be on the clock.
Right, yeah.
But it'd be like anytime he gets asked to do something, he'd be like, I don't get paid enough to do it. I was like, I'm not on the clock.
And like he spends a lot of time just like at the vendors and stuff, and just like eating hot dogs and shit. Like he's like so fucking lazy. But it's just like I've been here my entire life, so yeah, that sort of thing. Like, and like I said, he doesn't have to be a security guard. You can insert him into anything. But yeah, I think he'd be a fun character to play, and I could see him being versatile. So I mean, as far as like what situations you can put him in, like he probably has a wife and kids, and it's just fucking miserable all the time.
Yeah, I could just see
but
being
mostly
like,
it's the voice I like.
will you go do that? I'd be like, I don't get paid enough to do that. Well, you're not on the clock. Okay, I won't do it because I'm not on the clock.
Yeah.
Okay, that's like...
There's a really funny opening. Like, I had like a cold open in one of the episodes where he's following. There's like two kids basically, and he's following one of them and gets tricked like in Jurassic Park with the raptors, and so they knock him out and like he wakes up, and it's just like. Poof, and it's like Lost, where it's like zoomed really in on the eye, and like he's just like duct taped to a fucking rolling chair. He's like, "What the hell's going on?" Like, they got this elaborate trap set up for him.
What the hell's going on?
Like, they just like roll him through like a bunch of crazy shit. It's just like,
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, he was a fun character to write for.
Well, we have indeed reached the 4-hour mark, folks. So I want to thank you all for joining us during this very special Tube Talk Tuesday live stream from the Gamermen and Scholars and the Hohenheim Pro Twitch channel. And as always, we have a number of YouTubes for you to subscribe to, all the way from Hohenheim Productions to the Fourth Wall Players to now even a Gamermen and Scholars stream team YouTube, where all of our gaming content from Hohenheim Productions will go, as well as anything else the team pushes out on YouTube. So yes, listener Brody, thank you.
Thanks for joining in, and we definitely enjoyed reading your guys' comments. So,
and Yato, as always, thank you so much for rating. Alpha, thank you for the follow. Thundercat, thank you for the follow. Listener, thank you for the follow. Gangle Gash, thank you for the follow. And you guys have a wonderful evening. And so after this live stream disappears from Twitch, it will only be found basically as exclusive content, the recap, only as exclusive content on the Fourth Wall Players Patreon.
We're going to edit it down to like less than 4 hours, right?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Full thing in its entirety.
It'll be $250.
That's right. And a hydrate on the way out, y'all. Boom.
I'm going to hydrate too. Not because I have to, but because I want to.
Because he wants to. Oh, look, he's
Oh, God.
redeeming a bunch of them.
Oh, God.
We'll just go out drinking.